Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution, and we have a World War III alert. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know Cult Figure Live. You know, P. Diddy is a distraction. Me being the Yao Ming of Revolution, I cannot let us be distracted. It's too much going on. So we're going to get back to setting the tone for our people and letting y'all know our lives is in danger while they try to distract us with the Greek freaks who they use to manipulate us. They either have them shining and grinding in front of us or they'll lock their black ass up in front of us. We won't be distracted by that. Let's get into this geopolitical information. We have a World War III alert.
And we got the Russians and the Chinese creeping up into our waters, and our United States military has now announced that they're sending a forward projection team to these islands. The main island called Shemya Island. It's about 1,200 nautical miles away from Anchorage, but this is a very key spot. They just caught them coming into our water some 30 miles. They're trying to say that they were going around ice, but it's...
You see, doing to others as they doing to you. That's all Russia and China is doing. They say, oh, you say freedom of navigation, salute, Queen. America hollers freedom of navigation when they selling near the seas of the coast of Iran. When they selling near North Korea, freedom of navigation. When they selling near China, freedom of navigation. When they selling off the coast of Russia, freedom of navigation. When they menacing African nations, freedom of navigation. We go wherever we want. That's what they've been saying since they had their naval powers, going back to the British Empire. So Russia and China, salute, is just giving you your medicine back.
It's more than just frigates and a couple boats. It's like a bunch, and they've got warplanes with them. They've also got multiple submarines, and they're just creeping. To me, they're flexing. It's a big move. This Shemya Island is key because it's got a major radar station there. This is the radar station that allows us to see any missiles, any other objects coming our way from that direction. If they take it out, we're blind. So they're sending personnel, a bunch, up to this location to secure it, to man it, and defend it, protect it. It's a crazy time with us striking Russia, deep into Russia, and mushroom clouding the weapons depot. What just happened? All cards are on the table, man. You talk about Red Dawn and all these crazy scenarios. Well, everything's on the table right now. And this is a key location. Keep it in mind. If you hear of anything happening to this radar station in Shemya Island, they're making moves. And again, they take it down. We're blind in that area. I really can't stress enough how big that strike was inside of Russia, the mushroom cloud.
That wasn't shit. That wasn't nothing. Drone hit an arms depot. That wasn't nothing. If it was something, you'd be dead right now. Come on, sit down, son. Just tell me what was happening in Alaska. Don't tell me how big the nonsense that happened. If that was big, you would be dead right now. But speaking of Alaska, I remember Putin holding a press conference. He was talking to some historians in Russia, and he said that the Russians leased Alaska to the U.S. Leased, never sold. He has the story about, and then, and I've seen people laugh. Even some people in my comment section, they laughed and laughed. Boy, do you think that Putin had ever been there? Putin said that Alaska was leased to America, and you're being ungrateful. They leased it to you, and look how you treated them. He might just have to take that back from you because you ain't been paying on your land that was leased. Yes, Alaska don't really belong. You see, when you bite off more than you could chew, some people would say, man, some people say that Putin will never take back Crimea. NATO is finding out Putin to take what he wants when you play with him the wrong way. Maybe that's why the Chinese and Russian militaries is surrounding Alaska. Hold on, Alaska? Hold on, I got to go through Canada and then you mean Alaska is vulnerable? Yes. No, Alaska is not nowhere near the U.S. really like that. You got to go through Canada, and then you got, then you get to Alaska. You see, minding other people's business, then some people will mind your business.
Waiting a decade for it. They showed us a long time ago. It just happened right where they showed us it was going to happen. I've covered this in multiple videos. To me, this signifies a marker. It's like a moment in time. This is like, it's begun. It's going to be big time stuff from here. As you see, it's just getting crazier with all the stuff blowing up on people. I mean, what happens if something like that happens to someone on a plane or something like that? Pagers blowing up, radios, walkie-talkies, solar panels, everything you could think of. This is game-changing, man. We've entered a new phase. But yeah, this stuff off the coast is no joke. Join me on the live stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday where I talk about this in greater detail.
They've been practicing. They've been rehearsing the Russian and Chinese militaries.
So, all right. Before I'll delve deeper, I need to consider what's involved. Let me put them for you here, like we always do. Okay. First question: what message is Russia and China sending? I know some might say, "Well, Dr. O, they always do the naval drills, joint exercises, and so forth." That is correct. What's one thing you're gonna need to look into is the size of the assets involved in the maneuvers. This is no small matter, because to me this looks like you consider what's involved, and I'm gonna be talking briefly about the assets, but more about the analysis, which is the key to all this. Second question is what message, as I said, Russia and China are sending to the US and NATO? Because if you only know also what NATO and the US are planning as we speak regarding the Pacific or Asia for that matter. So, and this is why in my Asia trip, there is one particular location I'm going to go to. I'm not going to disclose it, but I am going to go to for this particular reason. So, second question we need to ask is why now? Why now? The timing. Like I always say, guys, I hope you didn't forget this. In geopolitics, timing matters. Nothing happened in a vacuum. The timing of it. So, third question, what other major events that has been happening in the background as Russia and China conducting their joint maneuvers, which will be concluded today? Yeah, even though it was scheduled a few months ago, still, there is always that angle that you're going to have to consider. And this is those are some of the answers I am going to be, some of the questions rather, I'm going to be answering for you. So, well, the maneuvers, the whole joint exercises, which do the Ocean 2024. And this is where the Russia and China have been and still conducting, because the exercises, I'm sure by now, the timing, it's probably concluded. So we can use the past tense for the exercises that was scheduled from the 10th through the 16th today. So, and here is the key. Russia will deploy about 400 ships and the 90,000 military personnel. And that's what I'm saying. The size of this suggests something more than just regular scheduling joint naval exercises. Because those naval drills, which now, by the way, had other, and I got some images here, had some other 15 countries, I believe, 15 countries that's going to be observing this. So what you have in those exercises, guys, you have basically the exercises spanning or have spanned from the Pacific, the Arctic Ocean, the Mediterranean, the Caspian, the Baltic Sea, which I was nearby in my recent trip. And those involves about 400 warships. Okay, that's one. Then there is a submarine or submarines. I use the past. Then a support vessels.
Oh, man.
Then 120 planes and helicopters and over 90,000 troops. So this is why, to me, This is more than just a normal maneuvers. And I've been watching this for years and years and years when countries conducted military exercises. This one has something different about it. So let me share pictures here with you guys, because I need to show you where those are. There's the massive scale here for the assets being used. So and I'm gonna get into some detail briefly about certain type of vessels that have been or naval assets both the Russians and the Chinese have been deploying. So it will be very, very interesting for you guys to have an understanding about this one. Well, here's the thing. The Russian president, Vladimir Putin, that is, made the comment about this one here that, and the comment was made to the military officials in Russia. Not this is not about the West. This is not about NATO. Is the message to the military over there that the war game are considered the largest one of their kind in decades, and rightly so. If I am to use history as my guide, given the number of joint military exercises that I at least have been aware of, given my academic background, I have never seen coming to this massive size. So, and when I say using history, I'm going about to almost 3 to 4 decades. This is why it's so much. So, and that the Chinese warships also and planes are taking part of this. Yeah, China could have just sent, let's say, one vessel, one destroyer, a submarine. No, Russia gets gets involved completely because the Chinese confirmed that one. So, and the key to this, in my opinion, was the 15 countries that have been invited to observe.
They're gonna follow Putin.
That's the key. 15 countries to observe the drills. Why do you think that is? Just for the sake of it? No. Even though there are those analysts in the West is saying, "Oh, this is."
See, if you pay attention to what Israel has done in the Middle East, which we're gonna look at that, they didn't set the Middle East is on fire. I mean, Iran need to just get it together and hey, your country gonna get attacked, bro. Handle business. They better start fighting back. Israel is off the chain, man. They attacking everybody, assassinating everybody, threatening everybody. They can't be stopped. And America looks so fucking weak that they talking about they're trying to negotiate. Nobody believes you, bro. Nobody believes you. The whole world can see Israel is. That's why Russia and China are doing this, because they already know Israel had already started World War III. And they go for to drag the U.S. to the Middle East. The U.S. want to go towards China. The U.S. want to start the war with China. Israel like, hell no, you're going to fight in the Middle East. Putin is preparing China to deal with them. He's preparing all of the nations that's against NATO, and it's going to happen. It ain't no going back.
Nothing. It's just no. It doesn't amount to something, because when you are inviting 15 countries to observe, it is more likely you're going to include them into something in the future should the events call for it. And this is where that quote from the Russian president comes in. I'm going to share it with you as is. He said, and I quote, "We pay special attention to strengthening military cooperation with friendly states today in the context of growing geopolitical tensions in the world. This is especially important." End of quote. It's very, very, you can't just think about it. It's just maneuvers. No, there is more into it. But here is also the most important aspects of it is the location. So this is where we're going to do a little bit of history and a little bit of geography, because you need to understand where this is taking place. So let me share the location with you guys right here. Does anybody, by the way, know where the training training exercises took place? So if you can type in that in the chat box, I would greatly appreciate it, because I wanna always gonna be having you involved in a conversation. So very strategic location. So all right, let me see what you guys putting down here. Yellow Sea, no Muslim River, good try. YT, North Sea, no, good try. There, guys, check out the map. I'm gonna put it for you guys. Check it out. There is one specific location right here where it says Peter the Great Gulf. Excuse me. I am still literally jet lagged, but also got some viral stuff at the airport in Frankfurt. Excuse me. So Peter the Great Gulf, which is very, very important location, because you need to understand that Peter the Great Gulf, excuse me, is a gulf on the southern coast of Primorsky Krai in Russia, and the largest gulf of the Sea of Japan. The gulf extends for about 185 kilometers from the Russian-North Korean border at the mouth of the Tumen River in the west, across the Cape Povorotny. Yeah, Povorotny. That's what it is. That's why the geography is important to understand. And the one thing, as a geopolitical analyst, I will have to think about why they had to decide on this location. It's only for one reason. Because if there is to be a conflict in that part of the world, meaning Asia, that's what I meant, it's going to start in that part. Because at the time of this live stream, okay, at the time of this live stream, the USS Theodore Roosevelt, I think it's already arrived into the Pacific, way out there, getting closer to these locations. So the significance of it, it's also sending a message. That is the reason, in my opinion, why this location is important. Yeah, they could have done it somewhere else, right? You know, Russia is big. They got some other waters, even a Black Sea if they choose to. Of course, they're not going to do it in the Black Sea because it won't make sense. It won't make sense. So the other aspects I need you to understand, which is the history of why that one is called Peter the Great Gulf. But the history that I want to share with you, and I'm going to share a picture with you, and I want you to tell me who this person is. All right, let me share a screen. Hopefully I remember how to do all this. I haven't done it for a while. All right, you guys will I don't want to show you the name. All right, can you type in chat box, please? Let me make this bigger. All right, let me see. Let me see what you guys type in. Taiwan Still, good to see you. John Smith, good to see you as well. All right. Who's in the picture, guys? It's a historical figure. Peter, Catherine, and Alexander. No, that is correct. This is Peter the Great. So, again, why is this important for you to understand? Because you need to understand the history of it. So, Peter Great, as he would later become known as the Russian Tsar. So I'm going to take you back a little bit in history since his birth. He was born in 1672, to be exact, on May 30th, to Tsar Alexei I and his second wife, not the first wife, second wife. Unlike his sickly siblings from the Tsar first wife, Peter was, excuse me, guys, I'm sorry. I'm still dealing with this, I think this viral stuff, whatever that was. Let me go get some water here. Pardon me.
See, Obama started this. This is why Putin he's strengthening China and preparing them for war. Obama, if anybody remember, Obama started what was called America's pivot to Asia. They pulled a lot of their military equipment out the Middle East and from different parts of the world, and he was sending it to Asia to threaten China, to blockade China, to cripple the Chinese economy. You know, open war, same thing they was doing to Japan before Japan struck Pearl Harbor. It's the same thing. They want to weaken the Japanese economy, all that nonsense, blockade Japan. So Japan, that's why Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, because the U.S. blockade and sanctions. You know, history repeats itself. So They've already been saying in the news the U.S. want to have war with China by 2027. They know they have got to break China for 2027, or they will not ever be able to even stand a chance. That's what they're saying. So Putin the Great he's warning China the best time is now. The best time is now. We don't have to wait. We got NATO on the ropes. They talking tough. They talking about striking Russian territory. Let's prepare so when they do anything stupid, we can put an end to NATO, and that's what they're getting ready to do.
So now here is the interesting, and I'm not gonna dig too much into this because I talked about this in my in my Russia book. I detailed few or part of the history when about Russia under Peter the Great, because it was very important a part of the history of Russia that I need you to sort of for you to understand. So I disclose that in the Russia book. So the idea that his favorite subjects were mathematics and navigation, which I found it very, very interesting. Now, when the Tsar Alexei I died, when the young Peter was only 4, which means he became the heir, right? It was Peter's eldest half brother, Fyodor III, who was sickly himself and died 6 years later. So fast forward to when Peter was selected by the Orthodox Church, and this is why today in Russia, excuse me, the Orthodox Church plays a major role when it comes down to how Russia moves forward, politically speaking. So, of course, you all know the history of his half sister Sophia and the other relatives who conspired to install Ivan. That's what they were planning on doing. So fast forward to 1699, because that's very, very important time in history that highlighted sort of the shift of the Russian Empire back then. So Peter, which by then became a Tsar and so forth. So I fast forwarded here just for you guys to have at least a brief idea. What did the Tsar Peter do at that time was reorganize the Russian standing army. That was one of the first order for him. And how did they organize it? Reorganized it rather into a more reputable and modern global force at that time. And you wonder why the Russian Empire was very, very strong back then, and invested heavily in the soldiers' training. This is one thing, again, why am I bringing this up? To highlight to you why the West is unable to understand the history of the Russian Empire from way back. No force was able to defeat Russians. Excuse me. Napoleon tried. No, they couldn't. And to me, it was like the common question, guys. What makes the West today think they can just roll over the Russians? It just doesn't make sense, because history tells us otherwise. So this army that he built was only mobilized as needed. Damn. Sorry. It's because they end up scoring some military victories. So the reform he introduced played a major role in paving the way, okay, for him to go ahead and conquer. Yes, he did. At that time, that was the era. The Portuguese did it, the Dutch, the Germans, the French, the British. No, the Russians did it before that. More territories as he continued to expand Russian size. That was one of the reasons. Till about 1703. This is when he found, what happened in 1703? He founded a major city. Can anybody tell me which one is that? Well known in Russia. Let me just see what you guys type in the chat box. It's when now. Oh, Alice Talokin, you got it. St. Petersburg. It was very, very, very. That was Peter the Great, or Tsar, that is, in 1703 when he founded the city of St. Petersburg. So, and how that happened? It was after capturing the Swedish fortress of Nanayan Sikan. That's what happened. So at that time, the Tsar Peter also reformed the Russian tax system. He wasn't just about military, also thought about how the government, and this is what the importance of this. The reason why I want to share this with you, for a great leader, you can't just be thinking in terms of just military. You have to think about the structure of the whole government and how the government is operating. Something I wish my country or the government, I don't feel comfortable calling it my government because I don't feel that, can do. But unfortunately, we don't. So he reformed the tax system and introduced the poll tax, which is part of a series of measures that would increase the government's revenues. The revenues will be used to support the people. That's when and this revenues, by the way, just for the record, and here's in a historical record, increased by about 600% between 680 and 1724. Between those 2 years, 1680 and 724, the tax revenues increased by about 600%. Very, very, very important. So there were, of course, some challenges for Peter, mainly the ones about the Gulf of Finland. And I'm not going to get into too much because it was 1724 where his health, excuse me. Here's the thing, guys. I'd rather deal with this way than taking medication. I don't take medication. I don't like it. So it's annoying, but I have my reasons for that. So 1724. Of course, what happened is that things have changed. His health started to deteriorate, and that's why in 1725 he passed away. That was the end. It was on February, I believe. So anyway, I just wanted to provide you some historical snapshots here to at least put things in perspective for you, and now at least you have a little bit of understanding about why Peter the Great played a major role in the Russian history. So, and I bet you when I talk to Larry Johnson, I'm sure he has a lot of information about this one. All right, let's get in. Oh, Francis Tango, thank you so much for your super sticker. Dr. O, have a cup of tea with honey for your throat. I did last night. Hey, Anya, can I have some tea with lemon, please? Thank you. Going on with NATO, US, and so forth. And as I said, I just came back from Europe, in Eastern Europe. I went to the Baltic Sea. So there are some dynamics going on. Eastern Europe seems to be now pulling away. When I say this, I'm referring to the countries that are part of NATO. They kind of like seeing this is going some different direction. They're still NATO members, but they don't want to be involved at all. So, so here is the argument now. Some are making, which I'm not against it because it makes sense. You know, when you consider Russia, China, and some other countries, the likes of Iran, what happened to all of them? They are all converging on one particular alignment, if I may use the term. So, aligning their foreign policy. One objective is to challenge the West. Now, there are those who say it's about time. And rightly so, because we've abused our power beyond. And that is exactly what is happening. However, in my opinion, I see it differently. This is mainly has to do not with the foreign policy, but mainly the military aspects. Once again, it's because of, for me, where I see the trends coming, when you already started to see the writing on the wall regarding the movements of assets into Asia theater. That's to me what this is all about. The second aspect, because all this has to come, excuse me, on the background of two main events. Okay. The first one had to do with the trip of these two knuckleheads right here. I respect people and all that, but if you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. Simple as that. You can. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is the honey with lemon. Thanks. Oh yeah. Now you're looking at Tony Blinken and David Lammy. Both of them went to Kiev. Okay. As a matter of fact, when I left Poland, because I made a stop there, when I left Poland, the same day Tony Blinken stopped in. Makes you just wonder. And this is what I'm saying. Against the background under which those military drills were conducted, there were also some other movements behind the scenes. Well, you all see yesterday I posted for you guys in the community, the meeting between the another bonehead right here. Those two. Why do you think he came all the way to Washington for? Wanted to seek permission and the green light to use the missiles, European missiles. Those are between France and UK. They do have a joint missile production. It's called the British-French Storm Shadow. That's the type of missiles. So he came all the way to Washington to seek permission. However, the U.S. didn't give the green light. And you all know why, right?
The U.S. is scared of Putin. They don't want that smoke.
The reason why is because they know what the outcome is going to be, the response. The Russians have already issued a warning. And I think this is it. We've reached the threshold with the Russians now.
Putin already made
Moscow, it. Here is my
Putin already made it crystal clear. He came on TV. They can cancel Christmas if their weapons strike Russia, strike Moscow. They can cancel Christmas. They don't have to worry about New Year's.
To you guys, if Moscow is hit with a missile from Ukraine, authorized by the U.S. or NATO, it's going to be a response, a major one from the Russians. And here is why Blinken had to say in Warsaw, I am here to discuss, I'm paraphrasing here, with the Polish government, the support for Ukraine in its fight against Russia, and the deepening of U.S. defense cooperation with Warsaw. That's the key word. You know what I found very interesting? Was the response by one of the MPs. And I'm going to share it with you guys here. His name is Grigory Brom. I'm mispronouncing his first name. But Brom, Braun, who won the elections recently. So take a listen, guys. Straightforward. The same time Tony Blinken landed, Braun went ahead and issued his statement. Let me share it with you.
No, they'll never play this on the news. NATO member. They didn't want to doubt.
And please just give me a thumbs up if you can hear.
Blinken, go home. Go home as soon as possible. Get lost. Get lost.
This is a Polish MP. That's NATO. While Anthony Blinken is there warmongering a Polish MP go on the news in Poland and say, Blinken, go home, get lost. We don't want you here, man. We don't want to die for the U.S. We had enough of it. And I waited to see no news outlet in America will play this. Oh, you don't want the Americans to know that people in Europe don't want to die? Politicians, they don't want to die. They see how serious Putin is. Putin wasn't blinking. He wasn't laughing when he told them he was going to nuke them.
We don't want you here. We don't want Polish people paying and dying for your wars. Thank you very much. Blinken, go home. Go home as soon as possible. Get lost. Get lost. We don't want you here. We don't want.
All right. I'm going to stop it there. So, and he's right. And here is the reason why. I asked some people in Poland, unhappy with the government. It's because when you are seeing the massive of refugees, and now even Germany, there is a major crisis in Europe. Germany now is dumping the Ukrainian refugees on Austria. Austria shut the door and said to the Germany, heck no, you deal with that because you are the one supporting Ukraine. Germany is becoming like almost a violent society. I don't shy away from the truth because that's what it is. And this is one against the background because Eastern European countries now are worried. If the green light is given to the corrupted regime in Ukraine to attack Moscow, do you know what's going to happen? Russia's going to react. Okay. And basically, this is not just a missile, whatever. We're talking about a major war. And this naval exercises between China and Russia suggest that. And this is why that warning from the Russian president came strongly to suggest it is the case. And that's why I'm seeing it go in that direction. Here's the thing. Even for China came forward now publicly disclosing that it will stand by Russia in case NATO attacks Russia. Straightforward. So, and this is why the analysts in the West are saying, oh, those naval drills are nothing but an effort by Russia and China to deepen military ties and counter increased security coordination between the United States and its allies in the Indo-Pacific region. End of quote. Now, they're playing with words here. Russia and China moved beyond. Where are you gonna now be thinking about? Is the idea of Russia and China in a strategic alliance that goes beyond just military exercises and so forth. Because what the Chinese defense minister said, and I quote here, China will support Russia militarily if NATO attacks Russia. So I'm going to show you a clip, guys. I came across it and I saved it for this particular, because I knew I was going to do the live stream for you when I get back to the state. So just take a listen here. All right, play it. There we go.
通过视频校阅了各军兵种和武警部队野外分会场开训情况。塞外北国千里冰封，陆军某合成营官兵顶风冒雪展开实弹实装训练。南国军长波飞浪卷，装载训练。冀中情景。
All right. You got the idea. So, and this is why those drills hold a different significance this time around. This is not about just a routine. This is about preparation. Of course, they're not going to disclose the details. Well, of course, that's normal what they're showing as far as the type of vessels, whatever. We don't know what was behind all this. So, and it wasn't someone from, his name is Stephen Nagy. No, and I checked him out. I'm aware of him. He's a Canadian. So, said, and I quote, Russia wants to demonstrate that they can engage in a full-scale war with Ukraine while deploying resources into the Indo-Pacific region. And China wants to show that they can deepen its relationship with Russia and cause problem in the region, primarily in the South China Sea, but also around Japan. End of quote. What a bunch of baloney. So this Stefan, who is, by the way, a regional security expert at the International Christian University in Japan. I'm aware of him because he's from Canada. So it's just a bunch of baloney. You know, that's not the truth. You know, China doesn't need to show that they can deepen their relations with Russia. Their relationship is already deepened. It's already forced. They're moving now to a different phase, different level of that relationship. What he and like him refused to address, it was the reason what prompted Russia and China to move to this larger scale of the naval drills, and that it's not disclosed. So, and this is why when when you hear a guy like this, who, by the way, received his PhD in international relations in Calgary from Waseda University in 2008, you start to think that's just nothing but the reverberation of the Western narrative, because that's what it is. You know, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth, or provide something else. Not just regurgitate what the West is saying. You know, Russia and China already moved beyond now just a partnership. It's moving far deeper. And the invitation of 15 countries suggests something is in the works as far as, and I'm going to say it, some might disagree with me, as far as the possibility of creating a military alliance on many countries. What do you guys think? In your opinion, just yes or no, in your opinion, do you believe China, Russia strengthening this relationship will lead to the creation of an military alliance that includes other countries? Yes or no? Now, here is what the Chinese Defense Ministry said about those exercises. So, and why will they conduct these exercises? Both the naval and the aerial. Because the deepening of the strategic cooperation, something the Western analysts refuse to use the term strategic. Because here is the thing, guys. In the world of global affairs, international relations, geopolitics, whatever, when you use the term strategic, we are talking about a treaty down the road. A treaty by which you are, because you agreed to sign the treaty, you're going to come to the defense of. That's like the Article 5 for NATO, which, by the way, countries in Eastern Europe are very, very wary of that. This is now what explains, and I'm going to do a video for you about this, by the way. This is why now US and NATO are furious at Turkey. You know why? Because Turkey went ahead and applies for BRICS. Washington is livid about it. Well, what are they going to do? Turkey wants to go that route. And this is why I'm telling you guys, what I want you to get out of all this, when you read and hear about the Ocean 2024 exercises, whatever, is the strategic aspects of it. That is the key word for that. That is me. So, of course, To Russia, there is a strategic interest. To China, there is a strategic interest as well. Nothing happens in a vacuum, and not everything has to be with the specific goals in mind. So Russia hopes to increase. By doing this, there will be more pressure on the US. Not here in Washington, rather on the Pacific front, because that's where the next front is that the US and NATO are thinking about. And given also the presidential elections coming up next in about a month or so, that's how the Russians' calculations on all this one. China, on the other hand, is thinking in terms of, we better deal with this now and test certain types of weapons in those drills before things get hot, in case in South China Sea. Because one thing that the Japanese now are screaming bloody loud about is their presence near Taiwan. And to them, to the Japan, they're saying, well, why should China be close to the island, Taiwan, that is, militarily speaking. So China, this is where the angle from China's perspective, because China aim at one particular aspect, and you know what that is to divert Japan's attention from the waters near Taiwan. Because you all heard Japan is gonna come to the aid of Taiwan in case it is invaded. That's not Japan saying that. That's Japan being told what to say. Because that's how it works. You look at no different than the recent meeting that took place in the Pacific area, in which the prime minister, the incompetent Albanese, he's acting like the deputy sheriff of the U.S. in that part of the world. That's pathetic. And here is what one guy by the name Lin Yin, he's a military expert at Tam Kang University in Taiwan. Here is what he said. And I quote, Japan will have to prioritize threats to their security so they won't have more bandwidth to focus on the situation across the Taiwan Strait. End of quote. This is during his conversation with Voice of America. You get the point, right? So, and this is why when you think about back to the location, look at the map. Nothing happens in a vacuum. So this is why the increased military cooperation between Russia and China near Japan is creating or prompting Tokyo now to characterize these joint activities as a grave concern. No. Of course, Japan won't say that it is grave concern that the West or that NATO is going to open an office in Tokyo. Japan won't say that it is grave concern that massive amount of weapons, U.S. weapons, is going to be sent to Taiwan. Japan is not going to say that is a massive grave, that is grave mistake and so forth for the West to be doing this, or grave concern, when we are fomenting more tensions between Philippines and China. Rather, they are focusing on China and Russia. So it just shows you where things are. And this is why Japan went ahead and increased its annual defense budget, because we pushed Japan to do so. And this is why I don't quite get it when those analysts in the West or professors that like this guy Nagi in Japan, and saying those kind of things that don't make any sense. It might make sense to someone who is not familiar with geopolitics, because the word sounds very academic and so forth. But deep down, no, it doesn't. Doesn't. Because the arguments have always been made, oh, this cooperation between Russia and China, it might be potential for destabilizing the sea lanes of communication. So this might also prompt North Korea to do something else. So, well, of course, North Korea is going to do something else if you don't provoke it. Of course, Russia and China will forge more ties if you don't provoke them. And as a matter of fact, as I argued in my book, my Russia book, we created this alliance between Russia and China. We shouldn't blame anyone else. That's just the way it is. And yet, those Western analysts are not willing to disclose the truth. This is what I have a hard time with those who are trying to manipulate the masses. Well, as at least for our community here, I will not allow it, and I will not let it, by providing you the counter arguments. And of course, you reach your own decisions regarding whatever that might be. So, and that was the same argument that was made back then regarding the China and Russia joint exercises near the Sea of Japan back then. So it was the same because NATO was pushing into the east. That is why when you look at now the increased military drills all over the world, well, it's not all over the world because those two countries, Russia and China, are moving forward to push against NATO and the US ill-conceived foreign policies that, I am concerned. I am a concerned citizen seeing where this is headed. And I don't like it. So if they are to prepare, are we calling them just, well, they are countering the West? Well, of course, they have to counter the West because the West is embarking on a very dangerous policies that's going to lead us into, that would be the end. And when I say they, politicians in Washington and Brussels, they don't seem to want to accept that reality. Here is the hard truth, especially for my American viewers. If we give the green light for the corrupted Ukraine regime to use missiles and attack Moscow, and things escalate to the nuclear level, do you think we will be safe here? And we don't even have hypersonic. Both Russia and China possess. Just think about it that way. And this is where I don't get it when I see and I read stuff how those academicians, analysts, whatever they're writing, and I'm not saying they're wrong. It's just the manipulation part of the wording, No, I will not let it fly by. Can't. Because it's not right. So now here is one, again, this guy, Nagy guy, which I found him very, very ludicrous. So here's what he said. Despite and I quote, despite the attempt to challenge the US and NATO through closer military cooperation, China and Russia are unlikely to let their partnership escalate out of proportion, end of quote. That's just a bunch of baloney. Here is why. It's because Russia and China are realizing that the new geopolitical landscape will be a multipolar order. It's not headed by Russia alone. It's not headed by China alone. It's not headed by the US alone. And it will be up to the US whether it wants to play a role. If it wants to play a role, a role into this or not. That is the hard truth about it. Why can't he come forward and say it? Because he wants to promote the narrative that the US is still the dominant. No, that era is gone. We're just not willing to accept the truth. So, because here's the thing, Russia and China will keep moving forward now. It's a multipolar. And the idea that a NATO member likes of Turkey, wants now to join BRICS, he says that's another message right there. As I said, I was in Europe, Eastern European countries saying Cyprus is part of NATO, right? What does Cyprus has to contribute to NATO? Cyprus already told NATO there will be no operations from our soil. You will not launch any operation whatsoever. Hungary is saying forget about it. Then you have the weak states, Finland and Sweden are like just so confused. I'm even thinking of going to Finland and Sweden at some point down the road, see with my own eyes. Because they're realizing the population thinking differently versus what the government is doing. I talk to people in Eastern Europe. I tell you, they think differently. They're like something wrong with our government. And that's a reflection of all this. This is why I want you guys to understand this dynamics as to what led, what is the purpose of this type of exercises. I know they happened way back. I was aware of it when I was overseas. I couldn't do it because my timing wasn't right and so forth. So I decided to wait till I get back here and share it with you. The other two things that which I will talk about tomorrow also had to play a role into all this. The ballistic missile launched by the Houthis recently. That plays a role into the dynamics of all this one here. Why is this important? Because Russia has deployed or sent or provided, whatever term you want to use, the Houthis with certain types of weapons. The same apply to Hezbollah through third party. And I will talk about this tomorrow briefly here on this platform, but I'll continue the conversation elsewhere. And this is again why the USS Roosevelt left the region, because the leaving the region sends two messages. You know what the messages are? We don't want to be dragged into a war. Or the second message to Israel is, hey, you're on your own if you go any further. And what do I mean by any further? Meaning if you go ahead and go into Lebanon, which ain't going to happen. Because one reason and one reason only. Israel cannot. I repeat, Israel cannot do it alone. Doesn't have the capability. A retired general in Israel saying that the IDF is done for. There is no way they will defeat the groups in Gaza and so forth. So the background of all this is what I'm saying. You have to put it into context as to what's happening regarding these joint military exercises and see the big picture. Because where the USS Roosevelt didn't come back to the US, he went to the Pacific. He headed towards Asia. And I'm going to try to see, when I'm in Asia, I'm going to find out where it is and if I happen to be nearby. Even though I'm already got an idea as to where it's going to be somewhere near in Australia, because one particular location in Australia now is almost under the control of the US. So, and this is where I see it going. So, all right. Excuse me.
Yesterday, a critical intelligence base of the Israeli occupation forces was reduced to rubble after Lebanese resistance forces launched a fierce missile strike. The timing of the attack seems deliberate, coming just after Israel's airstrike in Beirut that killed several top commandos of the resistance during a high-level meeting. This retaliatory strike by the Lebanese resistance targeted multiple espionage and surveillance centers of the occupation regime, with reports confirming that direct hits were achieved, causing significant damage to the infrastructure of these intelligence hubs. Despite efforts to suppress our voices, we remain committed to delivering truthful, fact-based news and analysis from Lebanon and Gaza. Your support is crucial in ensuring independent journalism thrives. Please like and share this content with those around you, and subscribe to help us reach a wider audience. According to statements released by the resistance, they struck the espionage center in Mishar with Katyusha missiles, and also targeted an air observation and operation headquarters at the Meron base, launching dozens of missiles in what appears to be a highly coordinated attack. These two intelligence bases play a crucial role in Israel's monitoring and military operations against both Lebanese and Palestinian resistance movements, so hitting them was a bold and calculated move. The damage inflicted could hinder Israel's ability to gather real-time intelligence, especially as tensions flare on multiple fronts. In their official statement, the Lebanese resistance emphasized that this attack was conducted in solidarity with the steadfast Palestinian people in Gaza, whose resistance continues against Israeli aggression. The statement also pointed out that the strike was a direct response to Israel's continuous provocations and attacks on villages in southern Lebanon, where Israeli forces have frequently harassed and bombarded civilian areas. Despite the intensity of this missile barrage, the Lebanese resistance clarified that their actions were not meant to escalate the conflict, but to deter further Israeli aggression and harassment of innocent Lebanese citizens. As the situation unfolds, the resistance has released additional statements, confirming more missile attacks on key military sites in Israel. This is as Israel has announced the closure of the airspace from Hadera region in Haifa to the border with Lebanon. The resistance said they had targeted a vital defense and missile base connected to Israel's northern region command at the Beria barracks, again using Katyusha missiles. Another significant strike was carried out on a military headquarters of the Israeli occupation's 36th Division. These strikes appear to be part of a broader strategy by the Lebanese resistance to disrupt Israel's military operations along the northern front, further complicating Israel's ability to prepare for large-scale conflict in southern Lebanon. Discussing the recent developments in the Lebanese conflict, Russia didn't hold back in its criticism of Israel and its Western allies, particularly over their disregard for the escalating situation in the region. Russia's permanent representative to the United Nations, Vasily Nebenzia, made a pointed statement, calling out Israel's actions as not just reckless, but dangerously insensitive to the realities on the ground. According to Nebenzia, the world can no longer turn a blind eye to the crimes of the regime occupying Palestine, highlighting that Israel's recent tactics, such as the remote detonation of pagers and walkie-talkies across Lebanon, have crossed a serious line. Nebenzia didn't mince words when he labeled these actions as outright war crimes. He stressed that these are not just violations of international law, but deliberate and dangerous acts of aggression targeting civilians. The explosion of these devices, which are everyday tools for communication, has sown fear and chaos among Lebanese citizens, further inflaming an already volatile situation. For Nebenzia, the real issue is the impact these moves are having on ordinary people, who are increasingly becoming collateral damage in a conflict that seems to have no end in sight.
The entire world was flooded with images showing the horrific magnitude of the devastation from the Israeli airstrike. We strongly condemn such actions by West Jerusalem. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint, to immediately cease fire, and to comply with the provisions of Resolution 1701. A major war in the Middle East is in nobody's interest. Also noteworthy is that spiraling violence is clearly undermining the Biden administration's widely touted efforts, both for ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and for stabilization of the situation on the Blue Line. in Lebanon, the results of this pseudo-diplomacy are dubious at best. Instead of peace, we see ongoing bloodletting in the occupied Palestinian territory, the murder of the head of the political bureau of Hamas, Mr. Hanin, who's the main negotiator on the deal with Israel, and now the first ever large-scale terrorist attack with the use of information communications technologies, which resulted in fatalities. In the light of the policy declared by Washington and allies to use ICT for the attainment of offensive military political objectives, it is clear that specifically their actions have brought us to this threshold where we are liable to encounter terrorist threat with the use of domestic appliances. Given that according to incoming reports, we're talking about remote manipulation of electronic devices. By the way, from a different jurisdiction, we view this as an exceedingly dangerous precedent. We repeatedly cautioned against such risks, including at specialized United Nations platforms, where the issue of international information security is discussed. Having foreseen that ICT can be used for destructive purposes, Russia has already for a number of years advanced the idea of establishment of a specific international legal regime to govern the digital landscape. And this would take into account technical vulnerabilities, including anonymity, cross-border features, and other hidden functions. Unfortunately, the United States and allies consistently object to any such obligations in this sphere in order to maintain their freedom of movement. The consequences of this are apparent in the terrorist attack in Lebanon. If we were talking about the consequences for the information telecommunications landscape, these kinds of incidents further worsen the already growing mistrust by states of information communications devices manufactured in other countries. This, in turn, furthers the trend of self-isolation of national infrastructures in this area, and as a consequence results in the fragmentation of the information space, undermining international standards in this area, the destruction of supply chains, and the expansion of the digital divide between developed and developing countries. With respect to the terrorist attack in Lebanon, the question of the origin of the electronic devices used for the explosions is fundamental. There is a need for a detailed account of the commercial structures involved regarding the safety of their products. Let us recall that states, pursuant to specialized key resolutions of the General Assembly, states have the obligation to ensure supply chain integrity. Mr. President, regardless of however horrific this instance of the use of ICT for terrorist purposes may be, the international community is not powerless in the face of this threat. Recently, at Russia's initiative, a global intergovernmental directory of points of contact was launched to prevent and resolve serious incidents in the information landscape, as well as to reduce tensions in crisis situations. This instrument was specifically designed in order to prevent escalation in the digital landscape, which is liable to then spill over into the real world. We call upon all stakeholders, first and foremost Lebanon, to avail itself of this directory. We expect that the recipients of a possible request from Beirut will immediately study it and will provide a response to Lebanese colleagues. This is key to determine all of the circumstances behind what happened in Lebanon. Mr. President, it is clear to all that the key to resolving the current and to reversing the current unprecedented escalation in the Middle East lies in ending the bloodletting in the Gaza Strip, where the number of dead has now exceeded 42,000 people. The only resolution is a prompt establishment of a ceasefire, exchange of hostages and prisoners, and the organization of unimpeded humanitarian access to the Strip. This is the only way to relaunch the process of peaceful resolution to the Palestinian question on the international legal basis, at the heart of which lies the principle of two states for two peoples, which we steadfastly support.
Meanwhile, it is pertinent to note that the recent attacks by the Lebanese resistance on Israel's intelligence and military infrastructure could have far-reaching consequences. Mishar and Meron bases, in particular, are key to Israel's ability to gather intelligence and monitor resistance movements across Lebanon and Gaza. By crippling these espionage centers, the resistance has not only sent a strong message to Israel, but also made it clear that they are capable of targeting high-value sites with precision and efficiency. What's particularly notable is the tone of the Lebanese resistance's statements. Despite the scale of the attacks, they maintain that their actions are solely defensive and meant to push back against Israeli provocations. Their message is clear. Further Israeli aggression will not go unanswered, but they have no intention of escalating the conflict unnecessarily. This restraint may be part of a calculated effort to keep the focus on Gaza, where the situation remains dire as Palestinian resistance forces face continued bombardment. By standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people and focusing their retaliatory strikes on military and intelligence targets, the Lebanese resistance is positioning itself as both a defender of Lebanon and a key ally of the Palestinians in their struggle against Israeli occupation. The Israeli military, on the other hand, is likely to view these strikes as a serious escalation. The damage to their intelligence capabilities in the north could delay or complicate their plans for further military operations in Lebanon. Mishar and Meron were integral to Israel's surveillance of Lebanese resistance movements, and without them, Israeli forces may struggle to accurately monitor movements or coordinate attacks. The strikes could force Israel to reassess its military strategy in the region, possibly shifting resources to protect other critical infrastructure from future attacks. For now, the situation remains tense, and both sides are likely weighing their next moves carefully. While the Lebanese resistance has signaled that it does not seek a full-scale war, the precision and scale of their attacks show that they are more than capable of defending their territory and supporting their allies in Gaza. Israel, meanwhile, will likely be reeling from the blow to its intelligence network, knowing that the Lebanese resistance has proven itself a formidable and unpredictable opponent. The question is, how does an attack on these bases affect the general intelligence posture of the occupation army? To be frank, the latest strike of Katyusha rockets by Lebanese resistance forces targeting Israel's espionage centers in Mishar and Meron could have a serious impact on Israel's war plans in Lebanon. These espionage centers are critical to Israel's intelligence operations, especially in terms of monitoring Lebanese resistance activities, tracking communications, and guiding military responses. So, hitting these targets is a big deal. It's like cutting off a key source of information that Israel depends on to make strategic decisions on the battlefield. Without the real-time intelligence these centers provide, Israel's ability to plan and execute military operations in Lebanon would be significantly compromised. These sites help guide airstrikes, locate resistance fighters, and coordinate troop movements, so losing them could leave Israeli forces operating with much less accuracy and insight. This means Israel could face delays or even missteps in their operations as they scramble to recover from the loss of their intelligence advantage. On top of that, the attack could create a sense of vulnerability within the Israeli military. If the Lebanese resistance can accurately target and strike such high-value sites with Katyusha rockets, it signals that they have the capability to hit key Israeli infrastructure, which could lead to a more defensive or cautious posture from the Israeli command. They might have to shift resources to protect other critical intelligence and military assets, diverting attention away from their offensive plans in southern Lebanon. This type of attack could also send a shockwave through Israeli public opinion. There's already a high level of tension with the ongoing conflict, and news of successful strikes on key Israeli installations could lead to questions about the government's ability to secure the country and control the situation. As a result, Israeli leaders might feel pressured to rethink their war strategy, not just militarily, but politically, as the public looks for reassurance in the face of these vulnerabilities.
I'm great. It's good to be back.
It's great to see you again. And then we have Garland Nixon, independent journalist. You can find his show on YouTube in the video description, as well as Black Agenda Report for Margaret in the video description. Garland, how are you doing?
Just wonderful. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course, it's good to see you both back here. Well, let us get started because there's a lot of developments that have occurred worldwide as well as domestically. I'm sure we're going to be making all of the connections today, but let's start, of course, with the horrific terrorist attack that Israel conducted in Lebanon over the past few days. That would be Wednesday, September 18th, and it began September 17th, the Tuesday, where thousands of pagers were detonated. Israel, according to ABC, infiltrated the supply chain, was actually involved. Its intelligence operatives were involved in the production process. Many have been killed by this, over 30, and there have been children killed. And Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has declared a state of war. Israel is now bombing Lebanon to an increased degree, saying that they are in a new phase of this war. Maybe we can bring you in, Margaret, first. What do you make of all this and where this is all going? Because we have all been covering what's happening in West Asia, Gaza, and it seems to me that things keep escalating, and that regional war that everyone is very worried about worldwide appears much closer.
Yeah, well, thanks, Danny. Israel is continuing to try to get the United States to attack Iran in particular, but to be involved in a wider war. They've taken it to Lebanon, they've taken it to Syria. And so that's the first thing. If in case anybody's like, why would they do this now? They need U.S. help. They need U.S. military help. They cannot defeat Hamas. This has been, it's almost a month now since this war, this genocide, the war crimes have been going on. And Israel wants Iran. They've wanted, I don't know how many administrations now, they've wanted the U.S. to attack. So they're hoping to goad Hezbollah, to goad Iran. We've been waiting for some kind of Iranian retaliation for the assassination of the Hamas leader who was in Iran at the time. So that's why this is going on. But it's a war crime, and it's sickening to see people think this is cool, like a James Bond movie, that people were killed. Who carries pagers now? Doctors and nurses, for the most part. That they killed medical professionals, killed patients. And what does the ICC do? What does the ICJ do? These international organizations that are supposed to maintain international law, when it comes to Israel, they are useless. So the ICC will do what the US says and declare Putin a war criminal and issue an arrest warrant for him. And there's still nothing for Netanyahu or any of his top people who have, for the past year, bragged about their war crimes. It's the most visible, most documented genocide, I think, in history. So those are my initial thoughts on this.
Garland.
Well, Margaret's covered it so well. So I'll add a couple of other things to this. Then I'll go from a little different perspective, because I can't think of anything more to add regionally regarding the regional war issues. I'll say this is also interesting. I think that there will be significant fallout regarding Western technology. I would imagine right now that, like me, I'm looking at my cell phone thinking, holy crap, you know what I mean? Am I walking around with a bomb? People are going in the West, and people in the global South really are all going to look at Western technology and say, if you're building, for instance, the Sahel region in Africa, and they're trying to build a security agreement, they're trying to build a security team so they can kind of huddle their countries together and protect themselves from Western imperialism. They have to now be looking, saying, oh crap, let's call Huawei. Let's look at some of the global South trustworthy companies that we can buy technology from, whether it's computers, phones, or whatever, because if we buy Western technology, they can blow us up on any given day. So I think that it is, I'm not going to say a good thing. It is a revealing thing for a lot of countries in the global South, outside of the sphere of U.S. and European imperialism, to understand now that that is an in for the imperialists, that they can use your phones, your computers, or whatever. So when they're putting together their security teams, their government teams, whatever, they're going to have to now say, you know what, we can't buy this Motorola, ICOM, US made in Taiwan crap anymore, because we're walking around with, basically a bomb, and inroads from the imperialist.
Yeah, and on this front, you have the Taiwan-based company Apollo Gold saying that they subcontracted to a Hungarian company, BAC, and that company is now being scrutinized because the ABC has reported that Israel was directly involved in this production process, that Mossad had their hands in it, many intelligence operatives. And this is coming from the United States. But yet, and I'm just going to play this video from the spokesperson, or one of the spokespersons, the national security spokespeople, John Kirby. Here's what he had to say about the incident, similar to how Israel consistently denies any involvement in these kind of attacks, although this time it is impossible to deny, and they've been actually very open. The United States is the one that is claiming deniability here.
Our sources have confirmed to us, it's been widely reported that Israel is responsible for this, but notably you still won't say that. Why is that? Is it because that's not your assessment, or because you don't support what they're doing here?
It's because I don't have anything more to add on this issue. As I said, there was no U.S. involvement, and I'm not going to go beyond that today.
Then let me ask this. These kinds of tactics, blowing up pagers and walkie-talkies, is this type of warfare acceptable to the United States?
Again, Mary, I appreciate the question. I'm simply not going to be able to address these incidents over the last couple of days in any level of detail one way or another.
So that's what you get. But on the war front, you have, of course, Israel conducting increased bombings, Margaret, but you also have this reality that I think is setting in, which is Israel and the United States are caught in a long war. Hassan Nasrallah said this in his speech today. He said that this is a war of attrition that is actually working out in favor of the Palestinian people, because it is one of the fronts that Israel simply cannot figure out. And that is part of the reason why they are doing these kind of monstrous attacks. What do you have to say about those comments, and also the wider reality of what is happening here? You said yourself that Israel has not been able to defeat Hamas, and Hamas is far, far, far weaker organizationally and militarily than Hezbollah or a lot of these other resistance forces.
Well, there's also kind of unreality to it. I mean, we've been seeing this month after month, the starvation, the maiming, the killing, the children, the non-combatants killed, the rapes, all of these things, the torture, all of it, they're very open about it. And yet it continues on. The force with the US is the only power that can stop it, but they won't. So Israel sometimes, I think, leads the U.S. by the nose. So they just to make sure that they don't step out of line with even the tiniest bit of criticism, they will blow people up in Lebanon. So it's unreal. And then you have these spokespeople like this Kirby person who, it doesn't matter how horrible the action, it's the same answer. We're going to ask Israel about it, right? We don't know much about it. And here we are, the country that Israel would not even exist without, that Israel could not carry out these crimes without, that Netanyahu's spoken to Congress 4 times. Why does any foreign leader need to speak to Congress 4 times? And we all saw it, jumping up and down, standing ovations, clapping like trained seals. And so there's this unreality. And then, they'll say, Kamala Harris will say, too many Palestinians have died as if there's a good number of Palestinians who can die. I'm working for a ceasefire, but no, I'll keep giving Israel weapons, which means you're not working towards a ceasefire. So there's an unreality to it as well, as if they want us to doubt what we have been seeing. And of course, the people who stand up are being repressed. So so it's unreal. I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but I just want to, this obstruction and this support for crimes that we're supposed to ignore. We're supposed to vote for Kamala Harris anyway. Trump doesn't pretend, but Kamala Harris does, and you're scolded if you don't, if you say genocide's a red line. So I'm feeling a kind of an unreality with this as well.
Garland.
Yeah, let me add this. I mean, one of the things you have to understand, and I'll recommend for people who want to understand what the resistance is doing. I love to read a million books. Here's an interesting one, and it's called People's War, People's Army, the Viet Cong Insurrection Manual for Underdeveloped Countries. It's by General Diop, the guy who defeated the French, ran the French out of what was then French Indochina, but it certainly was Vietnam. And basically, when you watch this, it's like they read that manual and they're going bit by bit. They're controlling what the thing that the resistance forces are doing is they are controlling the escalation. Israel is desperate for an escalation. Their perspective is, look, if we can get a big fight and we can drag the United States in, that's the only way that we can fight. We can fight you if it's a big battle with a big front, and we drag the United States and all of NATO in it. That's our style. And then we have a chance. And the resistance forces are saying, no, we will fight our style, which is slow with continuous pressure on them. Certainly there's going to be a lot of casualties, but I think that the resistance people also realize that in the style of the West, there'll be millions and millions of more casualties, because then they'll just be able to go at city after city after city, bomb and flatten all the cities they want, use nuclear weapons, whatever the case may be. So I think they're controlling the level of escalation, maintaining it in a level that they can control. And I think that it's frustrating the Israelis, because every time they move and they say, okay, if we do this, we know the resistance forces will do that. The resistance forces, they kind of hold back, and they punch when they want to punch, and they sit back when they sit back. So I think it's that the resistance forces are doing an excellent job. What's interesting is that we've been told all throughout this so-called war on terror. Remember that the Muslims are crazy terrorists. They're inhuman madmen. They're unthinking. They just want to strap a bomb to themselves and kill lots of innocent people. However, if you look at this conflict, the Muslim community, the Muslim leaders, the Muslim world has been very controlled, has been responsible in how they react, has made every effort to lower the number of casualties, has been attacking military targets as opposed to civilian targets. And so what people are seeing is that the imperialists are the monsters. They're exposing themselves as the monsters. And the Muslim community and the Muslim world has exposed themselves as the civilized people who want peace.
Yeah, and I think one point that I try to make, and I'm curious your reaction to this, Margaret, is what Garland is saying, I think, is 100% true. And it points to also the fact that, Hezbollah, Iran, these forces, they have the ability to strike back very, very hard. They have the ability to make life maybe impossible for the Israeli settler regime. But at the same time, in doing so, and I think Hassan Nasrallah in his speech said that, this was a blow to them, and this shows that they do have technological superiority in some respects. But in other respects, in terms of what Garland's talking about, this long kind of resistance war that is fought on their terms, it does also have this impact of keeping the situation, the escalation, as Garland was saying, stable and on their terms. but also avoids what I think would very well be the case if a Hezbollah or Iran or all resistance were to step it up their resistance to a certain degree. There would be complete and total devastation and war. That's kind of what Israel is promising and wanting to drag the United States into doing. That seems to be the agenda. Margaret, your thoughts?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. It's funny. I saw someone posting on X who said the same thing. We're always told that the Arabs are crazy maniacs and the West is so civilized. It's just the opposite. They're shown so much restraint. Hezbollah, Iran, the wild card is Israel and its allies, the U.S. and the collective West, who to a nation defend Israel, who repress speech in their own countries, all these countries which claim to be democracies. Anybody who speaks up against Zionism is repressed. We even have thought crimes now. There are universities that say that the word Zionism is protected speech, and if you criticize Zionism, you can be penalized for hate speech. Students are told, well, even if you protest off campus, you could still be expelled or suspended. So this is what we see. We see one side, as Garland was pointing out, the one that is obeying international law, and the lawless nations being the ones that are in charge because of their interference on behalf of Israel. Their colluding with Israel, as I said, with the ICC and the ICJ, and Israel telling the U.S., help us to discredit the ICJ so they don't finally get around to calling us the genocidaires. So those are the things that I'm thinking about, but I'm also thinking about what we can do, how we can protest. There have been millions of people, I'm not exaggerating either, of people around the world protesting this barbarity, and we've been hit with the hammer. So how do we move forward, knowing that there's going to be repression of speech, that there's going to be repression of our actions? What is it that we have to really think about this very dangerous moment so that we can be possibly effective in bringing these crimes to an end?
Oh, sorry, Garland, you go.
If I might add something else too, what we are told is that Netanyahu wants to expand. This is the story we get, that he wants to expand the war, but the Biden administration, they're certainly reasonable people, and they're trying to fight Netanyahu and stop him from being such a madman, right? In reality, I think that the Biden administration would want a broader war too, because the issues that the Biden administration, the imperialists have right now with Russia, with China, etc., are first and foremost economic, and they're scared to death of BRICS. And they see the Belt and Road Initiative running all through Africa and the Middle East, where there's all this precious oil. They see countries saying we want to be part of it. They see countries in the Middle East joining, the powerful countries in the Middle East, not just joining the BRICS coalition, but becoming significant nodes in the not poles, but nodes, because a node kind of implies a network, right? An equal network. So you see Iran, Saudi Arabia, some of these other countries, Algeria, becoming very important. I think what the U.S. empire would like to do is get some kind of war going on in that region before the October BRICS meeting, because first and foremost, they want to disrupt BRICS. Don't underestimate how critical the BRICS and the Belt and Road issues are to the Biden administration, the City of London people, etc. They're scared to death of that, and they would be happy to have a war to try to disrupt it.
Yeah. I think that's exactly right. And the United States, you heard John Kirby say that they don't want a war, supposedly, but yet just similar to Ukraine, but of course different because the relationship is indeed closer. I think we've seen that over the course of this genocide and this recent instance, this incredibly horrific war crime, terrorist attack in Lebanon has exposed the fact that the United States attempts to distance itself from these acts, but all of the world knows that the United States is deeply involved with Israel, and that if Israel did this, there's absolutely no way that the United States at least knew about it, let alone perhaps participated and or encouraged this behavior. Any final words on this issue, Margaret?
Well, I think there's division in the U.S. state about how to proceed. We've seen in Ukraine, and there's a connection there. So we've seen in Ukraine this infighting about whether or not Ukraine can send missiles deep into Russia, with the stupid British choosing to involve themselves. Allegedly Blinken and Jake Sullivan and Anthony Blinken disagreeing and others agreeing. It seems like, though, the hardliners eventually win, but we see these tensions within the U.S. I'm sure there are people who, well, actually, they're, these think tanks and whatnot. You see these crazy people saying, we don't have to be afraid of a two-front war. Why do you need a war at all? Especially when they can't get anybody to join up. So I believe there are tensions in the State Department, in the Department of Defense, about these issues. So yes, there are some who want that, and there's some who don't. And then the other wild card is Grandpa still has the keys. We don't know what Biden would. We don't know if he's in his right mind. We don't know. I mean, he's always been someone who loved war. I mean, this bloodshed is all his fault. The first thing he did in last October was run to Israel and give Netanyahu a blank check. But I also think it's true. The BRICS meeting is coming up. We had a just completed summit in Beijing. Every African nation showed up. Everybody got FaceTime with Xi Jinping. And we have seen, and the BRICS are about to meet. The BRICS are expanding. Countries want to. There's like a waiting list to get into the BRICS. And everything the U.S. does, though, weakens itself. So Israel has destroyed the electronics industry in some countries. Everybody wants to buy directly from China and make sure that equipment comes directly from China. So it's the sort of thing where it's inevitable. The multipolar world is a fact. De-dollarization is ultimately going to be a fact. So yes, there are some who want it, but there are risks involved, and we will see who wins. But one thing is certain: the U.S. is going to undermine itself, even as it continues in following this imperialist policy.
Yeah. Well, if I can make one last statement, it's unfortunate, but here's a reality. This is a horrible, unthinkable genocide, and it tears at our heart to watch this, right? But to the imperialists, this is nothing. To them, they're looking at the Israelis saying, "Man, you guys are junior genociders. You really have." I mean, look at what happened in Syria. Somewhere between 600,000 and 700,000 deaths as a result of Obama's dirty war. Look at what happened in Iraq. 1 million deaths. I mean, and you can just go on, and you can go. There's a great book called The Jakarta Method. I don't know what to call it. Great. Look what they did in Indonesia. I mean, throughout Latin America, on and on and on. So if you look at what's probably now a couple 100,000 deaths, as horrible as that is, we're able to see it now. We're able to get information, same-day information and details on it, and get pictures and video. And so we can be horrified by it. But the imperialists and the colonialists in the U.S. and in Europe, they've been doing this stuff for centuries, and much worse than this. In fact, I would argue they're probably looking at us. So as we're upset over it, as we're disgusted and devastated by this, they're probably saying, guys, what? We don't even understand. This is a small genocide as compared to what we really do normally, but we can see it now. And so this makes it the horror of what they have been doing for centuries is being brought home to us by the ability of technology to get the information out in real time now.
Yeah. I mean, the implications of just this singular attack in Lebanon are so huge. The ways in which it will, I think, push forward this multipolar world, because we just witnessed thousands of people have their devices be turned into weapons against the civilian population, regardless of what you think. Hezbollah is not a civilian population. No. It was all within the civil society context. It was not on the battlefield. This was just happening in Lebanon. People were living their lives, and boom, suddenly they had their hands or their limbs or their faces or whatever blown away. So that being said, perhaps we could talk about the implications of what's happening in West Asia and Gaza and regionally on the world, and how it reflects. I think it reflects something very important. And Margaret, I want to bring you back in. The fact that the United States has been exposed as losing its legitimacy in this region. You have now, when people want to understand what's going on here and really want to see what's going on, they look toward the axis of resistance. They look toward these forces. Even people protesting in the West are talking about it. And the U.S. and Israel have lost so much legitimacy that it even looks like the U.S. doesn't have the capacity to even steer this ship anymore. I mean, your thoughts, Margaret?
Oh, you're absolutely right. It's this crazy relationship. It's like a bad marriage of, a dysfunctional family where Israel wouldn't exist without the U.S., but sometimes they go out on their own and dare the U.S. to say anything or do anything, or hope that the U.S. will intervene. So it's a strange relationship. But I also want to amplify what Garland was saying about the West. There would be no West without terrible crimes around the world. With European nations were made rich by the transatlantic slave trade and by exploiting nations around the world, stealing resources, brutally suppressing freedom, liberation movements. So I don't think we should talk about that without talking about the history of that region, which itself was colonized. These borders in Western Asia and the Middle East were created by European countries. So, but they've now been delegitimized, to your point. The U.S. has no legitimacy anywhere in the world outside of, they always say anybody they don't like is isolated. Putin is isolated, or anybody they don't like is isolated. It's the collective West that's isolated. Most people on Earth have, if they didn't know already, they now know the true nature of the capitalist Western nations. And they have no legitimacy. That's why they have to keep lying. That's why they have to attack independent media. That's why this platforms are deplatforming, because they know they have lost legitimacy. Sadly, though, it's people in this country who are most indoctrinated and the least informed by design. But the West is finished in the eyes of the rest of the world. It can't be rescued. It can't change. They are done for in that regard.
And let me add something from what Margaret was saying, and that is, I think to some extent the ruling elite in the West aren't as concerned with other people knowing what they're going to do, because let's face it, they're just going to use brute force. You can know that I'm going to, rob you of your money if I've got a gun pointed at your head and you can't stop me from robbing you. Well, then I don't care if you know it or not. Yeah, okay, I'm robbing you. Give me your money, right? The problem, that the concern that the ruling elite always has is internal uprisings. And one of the things that's happening as a result of this conflict is that people internally inside the US empire, inside Europe, are questioning. People who had no idea what the word Zionism meant. And in the context of Judaism and Zionism and the differences and etc., are now learning these things. And they're seeing firsthand the brutality of their leaders. People that say, you've seen the advertisement, the US Navy, a force for good. We're going around the world. We're standing up for democracy. We're stopping bad things. People inside, granted, there's still a lot of brainwashed zombies here, but more and more people are waking up. And one of the indications of that is the number of people that are going to alternative media, that are going to alternative platforms. Just the fact that the US empire is attacking alternative platforms and trying to shut them down shows you that they are horrified at what's happening. Their biggest fear is that the people inside the empire learn what they are and what they're doing. And now, due to shows like this, the work that Margaret's doing, the great work over at Black Agenda Report and Black Alliance for Peace, and on, their attack on the Uhuru movement. A lot of people had never even heard of the Uhuru movement. Now people have heard of it and find out what they're doing. So one of the things that they're doing in their ineptitude and in their fear and in their lashing out at everybody is that they're teaching people inside the empire that, as I always say, people who think that they're on a luxury liner are now finding out that they're on a pirate ship.
Yeah. And, I think the longer that something like a literal genocide that Israel is committing with the US's help, the more and more that people are seeking answers. They want to know, why is it that Israel just literally blinded the Iranian envoy to Lebanon in this horrific terrorist attack? Why is it that Israel's always talking about going to war in Lebanon, going to war against Hezbollah? Why is it that Israel continues to want to eradicate the Palestinian resistance? People want to know these things, and I think that's why we see those who are trying to provide that information at all various levels are facing increase in intent and more intense censorship. I think that we are seeing that. So before we started here today, Facebook was just removing all of my live stream share posts. They're just removing them. It's like they won't tell you why. They even craft their removal messages in a way that makes it incredibly difficult to screen share them, to screenshot them and show what's going on. They intentionally cut off posts and make it so it's increasingly difficult to show that. So we are in a moment where I think that shows a level of desperation, because I think what is the truth here is that the United States and Israel in the region and also worldwide, they've truly lost an incredible amount, not just of legitimacy, but they're also losing just in general. They're not getting their way. You can kill a bunch of Palestinians, you can kill a bunch of Lebanese, but does that really lead to the ultimate outcome of maintaining dominance? It seems like the opposite is occurring. Margaret, your thoughts?
Well, it's strange because they can, I hate to say this, they can do this for a long time. But Israel is showing signs of strain. Its economy, people want to leave, but you can't now because airlines don't want to go there. They can only maintain what they're doing with more and more brute force. Unfortunately, they have the power to use that brute force. Israel has the bully on the block defending them. So I unfortunately, this can go on. What will be the breaking point? It's hard to say. We have seen Iran not retaliate yet, but we see Russia helping Iran and providing defense for that country to make it harder for Israel or the U.S. should they want to attack Iran. They can't. So we don't know what other countries will do in their efforts to be the peacemakers. It's funny. China and Russia are always portrayed as these crazy countries. They used to try to get along with the US. They did some things they should not have done, like not in 2011 at the UN, they should have vetoed, one or both countries could have vetoed the no-fly zone resolution that might have saved Libya. But they were trying to go along to get along. I mean, they found out that they can't placate the bully, but these are countries with, they may not always do the right thing, but they have the sensible, sane leadership. So unfortunately, it can go on. It's hard to predict because we don't know what that event will be. We don't know what they're talking about in Moscow or Beijing or Tehran. So it is hard to say. So it pains me to say that it can go on at this level, but it can go on at this level in the absence of an honest broker. The US being a dishonest broker. So the US is losing, but it's incremental and it's slow. It's too slow to stop the bloodletting.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's having consequences too. You will both have mentioned the censorship. You know, we can just talk about all the different cases. You have Richard Medhurst, you have Scott Ritter having his home raided by the FBI, you have the Uhuru 3 convicted, while a victory to not be convicted on the FARA charge, Foreign Agent Registration Act charge. They have been convicted of conspiracy, which we will see what happens for them. But we have on and on and on, case after case after case. Dan Kovalik, friend of all of us and friend of the show, stopped at the airport. Danny Shaw, you know, we go on and on and on. I mean, this is a pattern. It all has to do, too, with this conflict. You said, Mark, it's a slow kind of bloodletting. The bloodshed continues, but the overall trajectory is ultimately unfavorable. And I think that's why we see a lot of this attempts to silence those who are, who are shining a light on not just the atrocities, but the true nature of what's going on here. Garland, I want to bring you in.
Well, and I think if we're fortunate enough to make it to the election, I that's going to be interesting because as I think we would all agree, it is very important for third parties to grow, for other options to grow in order for us to have any chance at pushing back against the ruling elite. And the Democrats very foolishly put Jill Stein and Butch Ware, her vice president, on a show called The Breakfast Club, and they just like mercilessly attacked them the whole time and exposed themselves. And it looked really ugly. It looked really condescending and unreasonable and unfair. And I think that exposed a lot of people out here to the anti-war and anti-genocide policies of Jill Stein and VP, hopeful Ware. And I think that was good. Hopefully we'll see. I'd like to see a lot of people vote third party, whatever third party it is, get away from these two parties. And maybe, while we can't wake these people up, no, you can't, people who think, well, if you do this or that, you'll somehow influence the Democratic Party or Republican Party to do something different or to take different policies. I don't see that happening ever. That's not who they are. You're not going to get a bird to swim or a fish to fly, metaphorically. But I do think that we can start to make some. Look, if you look historically, no empire falls overnight. In a historical context, what's happening now is happening at light speed. When you look at like the Roman Empire being over 1,000 years, and then some of these empires took 100 years or 50 years or 200 years to fall apart, whereas the U.S. empire was at its peak for like 30 years, and it's falling rapidly over a course of a few years. So I think while it seems slow to us, in the context of history, what's happening now is happening at light speed. If you look at what's happening in Africa, they have been pillaging Africa for centuries. And now over the course of a couple of years, we see the good things happening in Africa. So as painful as it is to endure the horrific genocide that's happening to the Palestinian people, we can continue to support it to support these people in any and every way we can, and continue to push back against the empire. And but I think we have to, from the perspective of analysts too, I think we have to evaluate this from an analytical and historical context also. And maybe that's the only thing that can keep us sane, because as we look at the horrific things happening to these people, it just burns at our very hearts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think, from how I see it, whether it's Palestine or the entire region in this, Margaret, you mentioned earlier, a colonial situation, anti-colonial resistance movement, it's quite clear to me that the trajectory is that they're going to win, because all the conditions are there. But similar to what the situation that was true Vietnam, Korea, and so many other instances, the violence is going to last. The war is going to last for quite a long time.
The Algerians lost what, 6, 7, 8 million people? You know what I mean? I mean, you look at some of these anti-colonial wars with the on, and you see literally millions of people died to get out from under imperialism. And, sadly, this is a horrific history that we've seen in the global South in order for people to get out from under imperialism.
Yeah, and the one difference here, though, is that you have several states, but really the big state, Iran, with huge military capabilities, with perhaps unprecedented in the history of these anti-colonial resistance movements that you mentioned, Garland, has the ability to create, and the United States and Israel with them, just an absolutely catastrophic situation, which is why I think we're seeing how slowly Iran and the rest of the resistance are taking this, is because, you can unleash those forces, but then what happens afterward? Well, the United States and Israel do what they do. they use their so-called air superiority to lay waste, and then you might have nuclear war anyway, because Israel is a nuclear power. I was just reading, and maybe final comment, Margaret, I was just reading an article in Jerusalem Post. In order to deter Iran, you have to be less nuclear ambiguous. You need to talk about how you have these weapons because you might use them, which is ironic, because we always hear how awful Russia is for talking about nuclear deterrence when they're the ones who are being encroached upon. But here you have a settler colonial entity talking about using nuclear weapons offensively in order to ensure that the most powerful actor in the resistance is subdued. Margaret, final comment.
Yeah, it's it has been said that perhaps that's something Russia will assist Iran with. And the irony of this, Obama's Iran nuclear deal was scuttled by Donald Trump. And the Iranians promised in exchange for the end of sanctions to stop their nuclear enrichment program. Trump ended it, and Biden followed Trump. And it's so funny. We're always told Trump is a fascist, Trump is horrible. Biden, how often does he follow Trump in foreign policy? His foreign policy was Trump's. So, should Iran develop a nuclear weapon, it will be because of the United States, which scuttled this plan, which helped them do what they wanted to do. But their forces in the U.S., and I don't want to give the impression that everything is, Israel. They're in sync with a lot of folks in Washington. So but this, Israel having a nuclear arsenal at all, that is not part of any treaty, that hasn't been inspected. The man who revealed it, they put him in jail for years, and now he's under house arrest the rest of his life. They won't even let him leave Israel. This is, although you're not supposed to say Israel has nukes, it's like it's an open secret. But I don't know what you'd have to do to the New York Times or Washington Post to get them to say it, or any of the TV networks or a presidential candidate. This is it's madness. It's absolute madness that Israel is so open about the violence it's willing to unleash in order to keep getting its way at the expense of millions of lives. And I've said this before, and I want to say this again. The dead in Gaza and now in Lebanon, they're not collateral damage. That's the plan. Ethnic cleansing is the plan. Killing people is the plan. That's why they're waging this war. And I want to say something else to those who, or if you hear people trying to defend Israel blowing up doctors and nurses and little children, that's a war crime. By definition, collective punishment is a war crime. Fourth Geneva Convention's Article 33, I even memorized it. Punishing someone for a crime they did not commit is by definition a war crime.
Along with indiscriminate attacks too. Attacks must be aimed at military targets. These were indiscriminate attacks, so that is also a war crime and a crime against humanity. I'll say this about the nuke business, and that is, I've talked to experts who believe that Iran could, they have the technology, within probably days, if not a week, they could have nuclear warheads, and they already have the delivery systems. Iran doesn't do it because they don't want to do it. But I think it gets back to this. The resistance forces understand that they have to control the escalation. That as long as they control the escalation, they control the conflict. And that Israel, once Israel's crazy, they're wild, they just want things to get out of hand and to go crazy so they can just throw all weapons in all directions. And as long as the resistance forces control the escalation, control the style of fighting, the type of fighting, etc., then they're in charge. And I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to show restraint as in a way that allows them to control the conflict.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So now I would like to talk about Ukraine, but also in the context of this theme, I think, of that we've brought up of the censorship, because recently, I mean, all month, we've had Zelensky, Ukraine, begging for permission to strike Russia with long-range missiles, and for the United States to both provide the capabilities as well as the permission to do so. And then you had Vladimir Putin say that, well, if you do that, this is a direct conflict with NATO, and we will do anything, including perhaps the nuclear option, to prevent the existential demise of Russia. And then you had Joe Biden back off, and actually that has maintained over the course of the last several days and weeks. Now, I wanted to play a video because as the situation in Ukraine seems to deteriorate, there's also this blowback, this war kind of at home that I wanted to talk about as well. And here's what Hillary Clinton had to say on Rachel Maddow about those who are so-called spreading propaganda and what should happen to them.
Just as Mueller indicted a lot of Russians who were engaged in direct election interference and boosting Trump back in 2016. But I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda. And whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence, because
so essentially she's saying the deterrence is imprisoning essentially people like us for pointing out this dynamic I want you to talk about, Margaret, which is you have the dangerous escalations as well as perhaps the huge setbacks for the United States and NATO and Ukraine. And on the other hand, you have an attempt to ensure that no one is talking about it. So, Margaret, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's like, so what is propaganda? I mean, if you state a fact that Ukraine is losing, is that a Putin talking point? I mean, they will say that it is. It took the New York Times 2 years. I was actually shocked they did it at all. They finally this year reported on what happened 2 years ago, that Russia was engaged in efforts to end the war shortly after they began what they call the special military operation. It was a story that was disappeared, and the US and the UK scuttled these talks. Lives could have been saved. Thousands of lives could have been saved, but the U.S. didn't want to do it. If you point that out, is that being a propagandist? If you question the U.S. or oppose the U.S. or offer a different narrative, what is it exactly that she thinks should be criminally? There should be criminal charges for. We're already seeing. We've touched on the deplatforming. We've had that happen to us on Facebook, where we'll post articles and they disappear. And they'll say, you're violating community standards and you're spreading spam. You're sharing an article. Or they'll say, looks like you're trying to influence people. Well, that's why you write, to influence people. So, we've seen the Secretary of State name names, RT. Now you can't get RT. I don't know where you can get RT now. They took it off of Facebook. This great site, African Stream, they attacked them as being Kremlin propagandists. One of the best, if not the best, sites for news on Africa. So, but the censorship is part of the repression, because they cannot maintain their effort at dominance if even a few people, and that's their fear. If even RT America didn't have a big audience, but they didn't care. Did Press TV have a big audience? No, they took them off of platforms as well, seized their website, in fact. So, but they're terrified of even a small group of people having a voice. Nobody's, forced to watch these. And what about freedom of speech? If you deprive me of the ability to see African Stream or to watch RT, don't I have a right to see that? It sounds to me like what I was told growing up only happened in the Soviet Union. That's what we have now in this ongoing and sustained repression that's defended by the likes of Hillary Clinton, who, despite her colossal screw up in 2016, is still able to get on TV networks and be interviewed. The biggest loser ever, most inept politician ever. But this is the kind of person who will always be alive. And she even lied about the Mueller investigation. Nobody was indicted for collusion. The story we were told for months and years. No one. There was tax convictions. There were process crimes. But the big thing they told us that was happening never actually happened. And yet it's what millions of people believed. And that is why this war propaganda goes on. It is valuable to them.
And I'll add that just on the whole Russiagate part, when she said they indicted some Russians, what she left out was that Mueller indicted a Russian company. The Russian company then sent their lawyers to the U.S. and says, okay, we want to have a trial. And Mueller had to drop the charges because he didn't have anything. So yeah, he indicted some Russians, but it was all a fraud. And he ended up, the U.S. government dropped the charges, and they said, well, we got to drop the charges because we'd have to reveal national security secrets if we pursued this. Well, if that was the case, then why'd you charge him in the first place? You knew what evidence you did or didn't have. So again, Hillary's trying to go back to something that never existed in the first place. But again, I'll say this. Paradoxically, what's happening now in a way reveals something good. Here's what I mean. They are desperate because they're losing. They are desperate because people are waking up. They're desperate because people are learning. And it's like whack-a-mole. Every time they shut something down here, people just go somewhere else and watch it. Well, you can't watch whatever. So, okay, well, I'll watch Danny Haiphong or Margaret Kimberly or Garland Nixon or whatever. Every time they shut down, you have new, whether it's Rumble or Rockfin or Odyssey, you have new online platforms popping up, etc. I predict there will be more online platforms and social media platforms will be popping up from the global South, and there'll be more opportunities for people to have unfettered access to information. That's going to continue to grow, I think. But the point I'm making, I guess, is this. The main point I'm making is this: don't view, as horrible as it is, their attempts at censorship as a victory for them. It shows that they're losing, and everything that they do now shows desperation, like a drowning man who's just reaching over in all directions. We've got to charge somebody. We've got to shut this down. We've got to stop this. Anything they can do, and nothing's working because the truth it just continues to leak out. And look at the numbers for CNN. Look at the numbers for MSNBC. They're going down, and all the views for alternative media are going through the roof.
Yeah, and perhaps, Margaret, we can get to a bit of this truth here with regard to, Ukraine. There's so much enthusiasm about Kursk, so much enthusiasm about continuing to support Ukraine for the long haul. Biden is going to meet Zelensky on his way out of office to solidify that commitment. But on the other side, you have this intense repression, which, as Garland said, is indicative of huge losses that are now that we are paying for, as well as Ukrainians. Ukrainians are paying the ultimate price, Russians as well. But at the same time, this conflict has not gone the way that the United States and NATO has hoped it would go.
They did not turn the ruble to rubble, did they? So 2 years later, after the Biden administration instigated this conflict, almost 2 years after they blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, and that's the only thing they succeeded in doing, was cutting off Western Europe from Russia and impoverishing Europe in the process and forcing them to buy fracked gas from the US. That's the only thing they succeeded in doing. Now they have a problem. Election day is less than 8 weeks away, and there will not be a Ukrainian victory by January. It isn't going to happen. They're out of men. They are outgunned. The U.S. can help them, some cockamamie plan to go into Kursk, the site of one of the biggest tank battles in World War II. Did they really think Russians would not respond to an attack on Kursk, of all places? But so they're literally dragging Ukrainians off the street, forcing them into the army to be trained badly for a couple of weeks, then sending them off to get killed, trying to force Ukrainians to go back and join the army, all at the behest of the U.S., including Donald Trump, who has gone along with this. This project's bipartisan. And after all his talk and Republicans talk, the last big tranche of money happened because Trump made it happen. He told the Republicans, this is what we're going to do. So this is a huge failure for the United States, which did not get what it thought it was going to get, what it didn't get what the rest of the world was told. It's another cause of the loss of legitimacy for this country. But you see no change at the top. No one, none of the duopoly candidates talking about changing anything about Ukraine. You have Vladimir Putin talking about red lines, and they keep saying, oh, he's bluffing. Well, he's bluffing until the day he doesn't bluff. And we've had 20 years of the U.S. unilaterally withdrawing from these nuclear treaties. We've got nukes pointed at each other and no treaties, nothing to control a situation that could get out of hand in a couple of hours and end life as we know it on this planet.
I'll say this, because the thing they forget is this. Russia's a country with a significant input in the world market for a number of natural resources, right? So they'd say, okay, we're going to strike Russia with deep strikes. Russia could certainly react violently and brutally against Europe, and that could end up in a nuclear exchange. However, put me in charge of that country with all those natural resources for a second. And you know what I would do 1 month before the election? I'd say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue pumping oil to China and Iran and our immediate allies. Other than that, we're taking our oil off the market for 30 days. And you see how it feels. Europe, You guys, you know what? You want to cut yourself off. Russia is still a significant supplier of oil and gas to Europe. I'd say that, look, we don't have any problem finding a market. Everybody wants our oil and gas. You know what? You get no more. The price of oil, the price of gas would go through the roof. And I would say to Europe, and this is not like a temporary punishment. You find your way through the winter however you can, and the winter after that, I'm not doing business with you anymore. I've got plenty of other places that I can sell my gas and oil products. US, same with you. And guess what would happen? The price of gasoline would be $14 a gallon. And the Biden administration would say, uh-oh, because they know what the electoral results of that would be in the United States. So the Russians still have some cards they can play with natural resources, without even going to the kinetic reaction. And they forget about that, you know?
Yeah, indeed. With each passing day and week, it looks that Russia is the one with the leverage. It's not a talking point. We hear this even in Western mainstream media. We hear this from U.S. officials when they talk about, well, maybe we shouldn't do long-range strikes. They're not just saying that because they truly believe that, it's not going to work out. They're also understanding what the huge consequences are, I think, of this conflict, and they're trying to maintain it at a level where it will last forever. But at the same time, they understand that there are huge risks involved. But at the same time, we still get lie after lie after lie. And, you have Donald Trump on the one hand, parroting ridiculous conspiracies about, Haitian immigrants eating dogs and cats. But at the same time, you have Kamala Harris even being fact-checked. And I want your reaction to this segment that was done on ABC, where Kamala Harris was fact-checked through Governor Healy of Massachusetts. And just take a listen to this.
About her comments about the military. She said during the debate this about the U.S. military. Let's listen.
As of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century.
Our fact checkers found that to be false, and I have a lot of experience in that area as well. There are currently 900 U.S. military personnel in Syria, 2,500 U.S. troops in Iraq. All have been under regular threat from drones and missiles for months. We also have action in the Red Sea. We also, every single day, the Navy SEALs, Delta Forces, special operators can be part of any sort of deadly raid. So why would she make that claim?
Well, I think what's important here, Martha, is that Kamala Harris, in contrast to Donald Trump, demonstrated herself to be commander-in-chief. We are in a world where there are all sorts of conflicts, and it's all the more reason we need somebody who's serious and who supports the military. And just remember,
Governor, excuse me, but she said there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone. That is not true. You say she demonstrated her ability to be commander-in-chief, but did she not know about these people in Syria and Iraq? Why would she say that?
Look, that was a comment. That was a comment in a debate. I think.
So I just wanted to end there because that's a great ending. That's a comment in a debate, meaning lying is okay because it was a debate. I mean, this is where we're at. And then, you have
for Kamala, it's okay. Lying's okay
exactly.
For Kamala. That's what she said. Donald Trump's a liar. He lies in debate. Well, Kamala lied. But it was in a debate. Come on.
Then you have RFK Jr. and Donald Trump Jr. I mean, RFK Jr. I've lost a lot of respect for because of the Israel's talk. And of course, Donald Trump Jr. never had really any respect for him. But they penned an op-ed where they talk about nuclear escalation. And no one in the U.S. political class is talking about that seriously. They're talking about what RFK Jr. Wrote in that article, which is they're just poking the bear constantly, seeing that the bear is not responding hostilely or is not doing everything it can. It's not launching nuclear weapons. And they're saying, oh, we can keep doing it. So Margaret, do you want to jump in?
Well, that was really hilarious. I had not seen that before, Danny. That was a lot of fun to watch. Someone be called to account for a whopping lie that Kamala Harris told during the debate. People I think, have forgotten U.S. troops have been in Iraq now for more than 20 years. Syria. Nobody even told us there were going to be troops in Syria, and yet there they are. And they have been engaged in combat, and the U.S. is trying to strangle Syria with sanctions. So it was very important. It was rare for her to be called out that way. But but she told the lie because in general she gets away with it. And just to say, well, it was like, I think that's what Garland was referring to when Kamala Harris was asked about running first against Biden and then becoming his running mate in her attack. She said, "It's just a debate, ha ha ha," her crazy laugh. But it shows you the degree of deception and corruption in this country. We're told Donald Trump is the liar, Donald Trump is the fascist. We have fascism now, and we're going to get Trump and Harris present some of the same dangers, but different dangers. But I don't feel like there's what was the expression, harm reduction from Kamala Harris being president instead of Donald Trump. So that was a rare moment of truth, but unfortunately, it is rare. And this poking of the bear, you're absolutely right. One day the poking gets some kind of response. And I'm sure Garland's idea has been thought of in Moscow. I don't want and that's another problem, though. Any action, any reaction, justifiable, is going to harm people here in some way. But that's something that our state has brought upon us.
Yeah. I had a comment I was going to make, but I forgot it. So usually when I forget my comments, they come back to me in a minute. So I know this was important. You know what? Let me say this too. For all of the discussions we get about Donald Trump with the eating animals, right? That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I know Margaret will remember this because we discussed it on my radio show. A while back, the people in the Biden administration, I think the Washington Post had articles, they were claiming that the Haitians were involved in cannibalism. They were lying. They were saying Jimmy Barbecue Cherizet, he got that name because he was barbecuing people, when the fact is he got the name because his mother sold barbecue. So now, yes, Donald Trump said that it's, I guess, supposed to be some kind of a joke or whatever. They're talking about whether or not it's true, etc. And it sounds pretty absurd. But let's not forget that the liberals attacked a horrifically racist attack, an old school Tarzan movie 1950 style racist attack, and that came from the Biden administration, claiming that the Haitians were committing cannibalism. And eventually, the fact checkers finally came out and said, well, there's no evidence that they're committing cannibalism, but they were demonizing the Haitians in Haiti so that they could go over there. And right now they're trying to reoccupy Haiti with the United Nations again.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Garland, I know you had some time limitations. I was going to stay on for another 20 minutes or so and then head out. I wanted to talk about one more topic, broad topic. We have the BRICS summit coming up in October, late October. You have 30 plus countries wanting to join BRICS alongside Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and of course the 4 other countries: UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iran. I think Egypt, if I'm correct. However, you also have a dynamic where we have the United States empire is truly falling apart, and the legitimacy of the empire is completely just shot in crumbling. And I just want to show this clip, just even of this election coming up. You have 2 candidates that are not offering any kind of solutions to the problems facing the plan. You have Donald Trump promising tariffs on de-dollarization. You also have Kamala Harris promising a more hawkish foreign policy than Donald Trump, especially with regard to Ukraine. But here's Nancy Pelosi just talking about the process. So while you have BRICS countries lining up for a consensus-based institution, multilateral institution like BRICS, here you have Nancy Pelosi, supposedly retired, commenting on how Kamala Harris ended up becoming the candidate in the first place for the Democratic Party.
You had reportedly said you wanted a sort of an open primary if Joe Biden stepped down. Did you change your mind because you saw all the excitement around Kamala Harris?
No, I didn't change my mind. We had an open primary and she won it. Nobody else got in the race because she was politically astute and
according to Nancy Pelosi, there was an open primary in the Democratic Party that nobody was aware of. But this is the thing, is now we have a world where you have China, you have Russia, you have a smaller part of Iran, you have the rest. Oh, I forgot to say Iran as the other BRICS member. You have this multipolar world emerging and strengthening, and then you have the unipolar world led by the United States looking like this. Margaret, your assessment.
Well, that's just too hilarious. You know, Nancy Pelosi is one of the people who led the charge to get rid of Joe Biden, lest we forget. My favorite line from the debate was Trump pointing out that you threw Biden out like a dog, which was absolutely true. And Nancy Pelosi was one of the people in charge, one of those rich donors who wanted him gone. I believe the entire effort was to get her in the first place, that they knew Biden wasn't up to it any longer. But the person who actually had a primary, who actually went through a democratic process, was Donald Trump. Republicans went to the polls in many states and they made him the winner. So he's the one who really had an open primary. And for them to say after the primary season was over, well, we pressured Biden out and he endorsed her, and that's the equivalent of an open primary, is just a lie. I think the Democratic Party is never going to have a primary again. They're going to try to find some way to get the oligarchs to pick whoever their consensus candidate is. And I don't believe we'll see a primary anymore from that party.
You know, Danny, let's not forget, you had a number of states that when RFK Jr. was running, Marianne Williams was running, Dean Smith was running, and I know Massachusetts, I know Florida, North Carolina, at least Tennessee, I know those states for sure. The only name they put on the ballot was Joe Biden. They had like 4 other people running or 3 other people running, and they said, we're not going to put their name on the ballot. We'll just put Joe Biden's name on the ballot. So, and they said, like, we're not going to count the delegates from, I think, New Hampshire. And if you go to New Hampshire and you, have any rallies or you campaign, then you won't get any of, we won't count any of your delegates. So the fact of the matter is this, they didn't even have a primary. It was a complete and total setup. It was a fraud, their primary, even when Joe Biden was in. And then eventually they said, nah, we're just going to throw Kamala in. And the bottom line is this, the Democratic Party is not a political party anymore. It is an elitist club, and they can't ever have a primary again. Because if they have a primary, it's pretty clear the people will pick somebody rather than these ratty old elitists that just lie. I mean, they asked her a question, did you have what about this? She said, we did have an open primary, knowing that they didn't have an open primary. These are the people who tell us that they just laugh at Donald Trump. Oh, he's a liar. He lies. Every word that comes out of his mouth is a lie. And Donald Trump does not lie any more than them. So this is the way they have to do things. When you see a party where 80% of the people want a national health care service, 88, I think, and 12%, the 12% that run the party said no. When over 80% of the people want to stop the genocide in Gaza and the people say no. You cannot have an election in a party that where the rulers of the party are so divorced, not only just divorced from their constituents, but their policies are antithetical to the things that their constituents want. You can never have any election, and you can't have any hint of democracy. I do think what they've got now is they're trying to play the people, their last Donald Trump's over there, he's scary, and Kamala Harris is some way, I guess, basically using the old slavery one drop rule. They finally decided that she's black now that it's convenient for them, and I think they're hoping that'll get them over. I just have a feeling they won't. And I'll say this, it may be controversial, but I don't give a crap. Based on the RFK Jr. Donald Trump letter that I saw, based on the things that I've seen, when it comes to an existential threat to humanity, I would argue that Donald Trump is probably the lesser evil of them right now. And I know that's controversial, but I don't give a crap. I would argue he is the lesser evil, that even though maybe we're 99% chance that we're going to get nuked with Biden and maybe a 90% chance with Trump, that's still 8 points less.
Yeah, I mean, we are in this very, I think, just critical and perhaps unprecedented moment that has been building up, I think, over the past, especially the last 8 years, is we are in a position where, I mean, the only topic where any of the candidates in that debate made any sense was the Ukraine topic, and it was Donald Trump who articulated, at the very least, some of the things he said, a little bit anti-Russia, a little bit of hubris, but the position was no nuclear war, end the conflict. That was the only thing said in that entire debate that either made sense or wasn't hawkish. That was it. And that is, I think, the situation we're in is, I think that you're stating it pretty clearly, Garland, that if that is the reality, then you're indeed right. There is only, that's the lesser evil, right? Because there is so much, even just at the rhetorical, political level, ideological level, there is so much unity on everything else. And I think that's why we see worldwide this movement toward BRICS and the growth of BRICS and multipolarity, is because the world is just pretty sick of this disaster. They're sick of this constant threat of war, and now constant threat of nuclear war. Margaret, jump in.
Oh, absolutely. It's while it's something that's not being discussed as widely as it should be, but there are enough people who know about it. It's really quite terrifying. Although you have to be careful with Trump, because what did he do? He's already been president, so we've seen what he's done, despite all the charges of Russian collusion and so forth. He did what other presidents did. He talked a good game during his campaign about having a different foreign policy, but he didn't really. So despite him saying, typical Trump, and one day I'll make some phone calls, the war will be over. No, it won't be. The same people that Garland referred to who run Congress is a big money laundering operation. And the last thing they want is for any of that military industrial complex money to stop flowing, and the corporate money that's flowed into Ukraine. That should be a scandal in and of itself. But so I'm not confident that Trump would actually do anything different. As I pointed out, he's the person who orchestrated this most recent allocation of money to Ukraine. But I'm also afraid of Biden. As I said, he still has the keys. It's 4 more months. We don't know what he could do, and we have no confidence in him. Is he running things? Is somebody else running things? What's his state of mind? If you catch him before 4 o'clock, he can still be alert. We don't know. We just know that we're in a dangerous situation with people who are incompetent. I can't recall a presidential a foreign policy team that has screwed up as much as Blinken and Sullivan and, well, she's gone, Newland. and the rest of them with the terrible decisions they have made, which aren't just in opposition to my politics, but have messed up the things they claim to want for the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, and I see people in the chat, they're like, oh, Trump is terrible, he's this. I'm not disagreeing with you. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call it the lesser of two evils. I'd call it the evil of two lessers. So I'm not here like I'm some Trump supporter. No, I mean, I'm far to the left. I'm probably right in the ghost of Hugo Chavez myself. But my point being, right now, I mean, think about where we are. Dick Cheney, John Bolton, and a bunch of people literally wrote a letter. Hey, Kamala Harris is our girl. Dick Cheney. Something just came out again. 200 Republicans, I already knew it was neocons, all say Kamala Harris is our girl. And she's literally going on TV. Hey, everybody, the Republicans love me. The horrific neocons, the really bad ones that want nuclear war, they like me. They hate Donald Trump. And like that's like I'm supposed to say, oh, well, hey, Dick Cheney likes you. I'm in. How could I have been so foolish as not to understand that you were the candidate of my dreams? It is preposterous that we're in this position. And for me to say that Trump is the evil of two lessers is not to say that he's not evil. It is truly a condemnation because I see the system as of imperialism. You know, to me, I always say this: Donald Trump didn't come into American politics; he came out of American politics. He is a monster that was produced by the dynamics of imperialism. And we're in a situation that's so bad now that people in this country can look at Donald Trump and think that he can get us out of it, which he can't get us out of imperialism. But to some point, I think there are people now that are just concerned with survival of humankind, and maybe we can work things out if we're still alive.
Yeah, and
that's not an unreasonable position, to be quite frank.
No, and I think that there is this just really stark reality in the U.S. when you watch maybe what will be the only debate we have amongst the duopoly, although I tend to doubt it. I think there might be one more, but even just in the singular moments where you have Kamala Harris and Donald Trump together, the biggest theme was trying to out-hawk each other, and Kamala Harris coming out as the bigger hawk. And that, as you said, Scarlett, is indicative of the evil of two lessers. And that's been a dynamic for the Democratic Party vis-a-vis the Republican Party for quite some time now, where they are out-hawking the Republicans, at least rhetorically. But if you look at the policies, very much the case. And, you know, there's a theme of this. There is a war on this multipolarity on BRICS. You know, this summit is going to happen. And in my estimation, I think that the United States, the unipolarists, the hawks, the neocons, I think they would be fine with China and Russia developing on their own slowly, as long as they're isolated from the world. But now we're seeing that not only is their development accelerating, but there is no isolation. You have dozens upon dozens upon dozens of countries who want to join them. You have African countries rejecting the United States, rejecting Ukraine very openly. For example, like the countries in West Africa, like Burkina Faso, saying that Ukraine is a regime that cannot be trusted, given that it's been found training terrorists in the Sahel. Like this is the dynamic we are seeing, Margaret. I'm curious on your thoughts and assessment as we move into this BRICS summit on where the world is going from here, given that you have on the one side this crumbling empire that has these two evil of two lessers looking to run the world, and on the other side a multitude, the global majority, looking to perhaps rule themselves and leave this dynamic.
Well, I think going back to Israel, I think we're going to see some other act of terrorism between now and the BRICS, maybe during the BRICS. They want to disrupt. The last thing they want is for the world nations to be sovereign, to be free, to make alliances, to have the friends that they want. That is their nightmare. They want full spectrum dominance. They want to control everything. So this is a good development for humanity, but that's why they're against it. And so I am concerned that there will be some kind of event to try to ruin this summit that's going to take place in October. It's also close to Election Day, closer to Election Day. So it's a time of trepidation. It's a time we should be hopeful about, that so many nations are going their own way, are looking at the U.S. and the collective West and saying, nope, we don't want any part of you. But that same collective West will do all it can to disrupt any efforts of other nations to really be sovereign and independent as they ought to be.
In the last 4 minutes, Scarlett, any predictions on this BRICS summit coming up?
Let's see. There'll be at least 1.5 more attempts on Donald Trump's life before that. I'm just going to go. The over and under is 1.5 attempts on his life. Probably in some other guys whose name will be Patsy. Patsy.
I mean, it's getting absurd. I mean, we didn't even touch on it for the fear of just completely being taken off stream, but it's getting absurd. Continue.
But no, but I really mean that. I'm going to over 1.5. But at any rate, no, I think that again, in the same way that the resistance forces in West Asia and the Middle East understand that they need to control the escalation, and they understand that a big part of what the U.S. empire wants to do is to disrupt BRICS, to disrupt the Belt and Road Initiative. I think the Russians and the Chinese understand, whether it's in Taiwan or Ukraine or firing long-range missiles within days of the BRICS summit. As Margaret said, right around the BRICS summit, they'll probably try to do something to bait or to goad the Russians and or the Chinese into doing something. Some way they're going to try to disrupt it, because in reality, this is about neoliberal economics, neoliberal capitalism. The real deal here is it's crashing, is that it is not sustainable, is that they're living off of debt, they're living off of magical asset-backed securities and derivatives and things of that nature, that these magical things that were created, financial tools that were created on Wall Street, and that the time's running out on that, and they know it. And so all of the anger at China, it's all about the fact that neoliberal capitalism is in its highest stage, was this imperialism, and it's crashing. And they know that the people, at some point, they say, oh, we're afraid that, I've even heard this, well, are you going to get World War III from Kamala Harris or Civil War with Donald Trump? What they're afraid of is the French Revolution. They're afraid of a civil war, not where Americans are running at each other with a blue and gray uniform on. They're afraid of that when the American people say, due to economics, some cuts may be necessary. Those cuts will be on the business end of a guillotine.
Yes, indeed. And I'm just going through the super chats now as we close here. I want to also give a few announcements and leave it for you guys also to give a few announcements before we head out of here. It's been a great show, but I know, Margaret, we have an event coming. I think you're going to attend this event, correct? And speak at this event, the China 75,
yep,
the 75th anniversary. I can pull up the details, but I don't know if you want to talk about that. That's going to happen, I believe, Sunday, September 29th.
Yes. October 1st, 75 years ago, Chairman Mao said, not today, colonizer. So it's the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. It's a significant event that Americans should know much more about. Friends of Socialist China, International Action Center. I'll be there from Black Agenda Report. I believe AAPRP and other folks. It's a day-long event at the Malcolm and Betty Shabazz Center in New York City. So I've posted about it. I know you have. If folks go to Friends of Socialist China on social media, go to me on Twitter or Facebook, well, who knows? It may not be there. Then a good list of knowledgeable people who are going to be talking about different aspects of China's history, the last 75 years of what is called New China. And don't forget to watch Black Agenda Report every week. Tomorrow, Fridays, Wednesdays, blackagendareport.com.
The action is just starting here.
We have a lot to talk about, and the laugh that we just had may be the only laughs that we have during the show. I want to start with what happened last week in Kyiv and in the White House, where in Kyiv, Secretary of State Blinken and his British counterpart, Foreign Minister David Lammy, made it unmistakably clear that they expected Prime Minister Starmer and President Biden to authorize the Ukrainians to receive and use long-term missiles that could reach deep into Russia. Something happened. By the time Prime Minister Starmer got to Washington the next day, a very angry President Biden said no. In the interim, President Putin had given a very mild-mannered but clear and unambiguous statement that if this happens, we will consider the United States and Europe to be at war with us, and we will react accordingly. And the Speaker of the Russian Duma said, for those who don't understand, for those who didn't get it the first time, what the European Parliament is calling for leads to a world war using nuclear weapons. Do you think, and from your sources, or I should say it differently, do the Russians believe that Joe Biden finally came to his senses, or was there an intermediary like maybe the Pentagon and the Secretary of Defense?
Yes, the Pentagon as intermediaries, no question, because at least some generals, even if they don't have war experience at all, they know what that means. And Putin's interview was a masterpiece of restraint, in fact. It was a less than 1 minute interview in the street in St. Petersburg with the main square in the back and the Hermitage in the back. And he went straight to the point. He said, well, if you want to do this, it's very simple. The rules of the game will change. The nature of the conflict will change, and we will react accordingly. And obviously, NATO and the US will be at war with Russia.
Here is President Putin. It's 45 seconds long. It's exactly as you described it, cut number 5.
It is not about allowing the Ukrainian regime to strike Russia with these weapons or not. It is about making a decision about whether NATO countries are directly involved in the military conflict or not. If the decision is made, it will mean nothing less than the direct participation of NATO countries, the United States, and European countries in the war in Ukraine. This is their direct participation, and this, of course, significantly changes the very essence, the very nature of the conflict. This will mean that NATO countries, the United States, and European countries are fighting Russia. And if this is so, bearing in mind the change in the very essence of this conflict, we will make appropriate decisions based on the threats that will be created for us.
Do you think that the Americans finally have come to the conclusion that Vladimir Putin means what he says?
Apparently, yes, Judge, but not the Brits, by the way, because Russophobia among the British establishment and the ruling class in Britain is something atavic, and it comes from almost 200 years, even before the beginning of the Great Game in the 19th century. But there are realists in the Pentagon, and I wouldn't say they are realists in the Biden combo. Of course, Biden, no decisions at all. We know he's a zombie. The problem is the combo, and the combo is a congregation of neocons, ziocons, and lunatics, for that matter. And they think that they can provoke Russia virtually every week, week after week. And I don't know, Putin will never, he's always threatening with red lines, and he doesn't do nothing.
Do you
They
think
don't
that
understand the fundamental. Yes.
Do you think Prime Minister
ahead, please.
Starmer on his own will allow these Storm Shadow missiles to be fired as far as they can into Russia? Because my understanding, and you probably know this better than I do, is that even the British missiles would require the use of American satellites in order to guide.
That's the most important part, Judge, because without America, the American satellite maze, NATO cannot do anything. So even if the Brits unilaterally, assuming that they have these storm shadows in Britain, which is not a given at all, those that were in Kiev and other parts of Ukraine, apparently they're all gone. So they will have to come from somewhere, from Britain or from Poland and Romania, let's put it this way. That's not a given as well. And still, the NATO maze is controlled by the American maze. And the most important thing is reconnaissance flights, or the satellite maze, and all that is American. It's not European. European, as we know, technologically are a wonder, but a negative wonder.
Does NATO recognize that it is inferior militarily and in an intelligence, from an intelligence perspective, to Russia?
They will never admit it in public, but the fear disguised in all this aggressive posturing, especially when we had Stoltenberg virtually spouting out something virtually every day. Now he's going to go to another job. Yes, they recognize that they are inferior, and they recognize that they are dependent on the US for everything. But the craziest part of the whole thing is that let's consider that we were possibly a few minutes away from the start of World War III last week. Yes, that was the case if we had this final green light from Washington, not from NATO in Brussels. The war that NATO really wants is not now. They want a war in 2030. And this is in NATO's internal documents and in this project, NATO 2030. They believe, this is what they believe, that then they will be re-weaponized with enough troops among all the vassals to try a sort of remix of Operation Barbarossa in 1941, using basically the Brits, the Poles, the Germans, the Scandinavians.
What is the perception of the war in the Kremlin, and what is the perception of the war on the streets, in the shops, in the homes in Moscow?
Exactly, and especially among businessmen, for instance, people who are in corporate leaders, people who are in tech finance,
right?
People who are preparing the BRICS summit 1 month from now. They are. It's a mix of. They are fed up with the whole thing. Of course, they want the war to end, and at the same time, they understand that the Kremlin has its own timeline for the war, and they're not going to change their strategy. It's a war of attrition. They have gains, actual gains in the battlefield, and now also in Kursk. It's very slow. For instance, for the past week, nothing happened on the front, basically. So, and obviously, this is from a business point of view, it's a very complex and very multi-layered approach. There are people here who are making a lot of money out of this war, part of the Russian industrial military complex. At the same time, there is a purge inside the Ministry of Defense conducted by Belousov, the new Minister of Defense. And he's fighting factions inside the Ministry of Defense. So this alters more or less what happens on the ground. Of course, it alters a lot what happens on the ground in several instances. You have, for instance, every week or so, there's a general that is, okay, this guy is mega corrupt. And obviously, this didn't happen during the Shoigu era before Borisov. And Putin has to maneuver problems with the Ministry of Finance before the BRICS summit, how are we going to proceed of de-dollarization, organizing the BRICS summit, dealing with the oligarchs, because there are a lot of oligarchs with double passports, interests on the other side, interests still in Europe, and at the same time, some of them refusing to invest as much as they could in the Russian economy. So Putin has to pick up the phone and say, well, show me the money. And on top of it, Judge, the fact that he's observing all these blows coming from the West and NATO because he doesn't want Armageddon tomorrow. This
are there hawks in the Kremlin who are pressuring President Putin to end the war quickly and with more aggression? And I don't know if such a thing exists. Are there doves in the Kremlin who are pressuring him to do something else?
I would say that in the Security Council, there are no doves.
Okay, no surprise.
Definitely. Starting with Medvedev, which is, for all practical purposes, the number 2 in the government.
Well, his rhetoric is about as aggressive as anything we've ever heard.
Because he's the one who he's free to go unplugged, as I put it, usually. You know, he can say what the other ones are very restrained. But now even the Ministry of Foreign Relations, this is incredible. We are listening, for instance, a few days ago, Ryabkov, number 2 in the Foreign Ministry. He's the main Sherpa, Russian Sherpa coordinating the BRICS summit. Ryabkov said, look, if they go with this authorization to launch long-range missiles against Russian Federation, our response is going to be, his words, very nasty. This guy is the model of his ultra contained. Right. And they lost their patience already, all of them.
Right, back to the Kremlin. President Putin is perceived in the West. Well, I'm not talking about the neocons and that crowd. They hate him. But those of us who are trying to be objective perceive President Putin as a model of patience, being patient and methodical. Are there people in the Kremlin to his right who are pushing him to end this in a week, decapitate Kyiv, whatever?
The security agencies, Judge, especially people in the FSB, very, very powerful and very close to Bortnikov, the head of the FSB, and also foreign intelligence, Narishkin. The SVR, foreign intelligence, virtually every week they are discovering terrorist plots against Russia from all over. The latest one that they discovered last week is from Syria, and it makes total sense. They found out that Budanov, the Ukrainian James Bond, let's put it this way, is in direct contact with the head of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which comes from Jabhat al-Nusra, which many of you in our audience will remember that this is basically Al-Qaeda in Syria, essentially. Right. So they are in direct contact, and they made a deal. He sent 75 drones, Ukrainian drones, to these jihadis in Idlib. He sent, I think, more than 200 Ukrainian instructors. And in return, he said, look, I want a lot of fighters from you guys to fight against the Russians around Ukraine and near the borders of the Russian Federation. So this was discovered by
have they arrived?
Sorry?
Have they arrived? Have the jihadist fighters arrived? Are they in
not yet.
uniforms? Not yet. All right.
No, not yet. The deal is that first, the Ukrainians are going to train the jihadis on how to use drones. And then after they finish the course, there will be a direct line for them to go to Ukraine and near the Russian borders.
Is Russia prepared to fight the United States?
We're not there yet, Judge. We're not there yet. This is the long war. By the way, quoting Pentagon terminology, right? The war that we're just talking about a few minutes ago, the war that NATO wants in 2030,
right?
Russia is preparing for this war. Russia is preparing for a remix of Operation Barbarossa, where the Americans would be obviously involved, because NATO cannot pull that off, even if they have 6 years to remilitarize, to have even 3% of GDP invested in weapons, you name it. They don't have enough troops, they don't have the know-how, and obviously they'll be bogged down if they try an Operation Barbarossa against Russia.
After the disaster in Kursk, what options remain? Well, after the disaster in Kursk and the refusal by President Biden to allow the long-term missiles, at least for now, what options remain for Ukraine besides recruiting and training jihadists who may never see the battlefield, because who knows how much longer the Ukraine government will last?
Well, it's what I defined as the war of terror, which is a mirror image of what Israel is doing against Gaza and now against Lebanon this week. It's pure terrorism. Absolutely. Because most of these attacks, the Ukrainian attacks, are, of course, they are attacking refineries. They continue to attack Crimea practically on a daily basis with waves of drones. They continue to attack Belgorod. But let's say it's a sort of half and half. Military installations, infrastructure installations in the Russian Federation, but also apartment buildings in Donbass or in Belgorod, for instance, or even in Kursk. So it's a war of terror. And it's part of what we can define as the one war. There is one war going on, subdivided in different levels, especially between Gaza and Novorossiya. It's basically the US absolutely desperate to do anything to fight the end of the hegemony, of being an hegemonic power. So this is the overarching theme. And we can decline these themes in different parts of the world. For instance, they have successes in South America. Laura Richardson, the head of the Southcom, she went to South America, and basically she said that you have to fight Russia and China because we, the hegemonic power, want you to do it.
Tell me about Intel. How does the FSB and the SVR, the Russian domestic and foreign intel, compare to the Ukrainian intel, compared to CIA, compared to MI6?
Well, they are very well infiltrated in practically all levels of power and decision power in Ukraine. In Europe, is more complicated, not as much. For instance, they don't have the network that the MI6 has all across the West, and the MI6 subordinates, let's put it this way, or associates around, for instance, Central Asia or the Caucasus. But if you think in terms of how strong is MI6 from Russia to Central Asia and South Asia, the Russians have better intelligence in all these latitudes. The problem is, let's say that MI6 is very creative. There is an MI6 connection to what happened with the pagers in Hezbollah. And we had this information from a very, very good Russian intelligence source, in fact. So what the Israelis were doing, MI6 was following, and they had their own agenda as well, which is internal MI6 thing, a sort of revenge against Richard Moore, the head of the MI6. So the Russians know these kinds of things, which are ultra secret. And then one or two guys, they tell a few journalists and analysts, look, this is what happened. But this is extremely privileged intel information that the SVR, I think they put this on public domain selectively once in a while to show that their reach is huge.
What is happening soon with BRICS, and what has happened recently with pan-Eurasian security?
Well, with BRICS, Judge, it's only 1 month. It's 1 month. It starts in October 22nd.
Where?
In Kazan. This is the big thing for the global majority and the global South this year. Everything that has been happening this year in Russia is leading towards the apotheosis, let's put it this way, will be the BRICS summit in Kazan 1 month from now. So they're going to have very serious decisions and far-reaching decisions, seducing the global South and the global majority to the BRICS project, accommodating the new members, as Lavrov is saying all the time. There is this enormous list, according to Putin himself, 34 countries that officially already demanded to be part of BRICS from every latitude. So BRICS is the real thing in terms of an emerging multipolar organization that can consolidate the path towards what we can call multipolarity, but I prefer Chas Freeman's definition, multinodal world.
Okay, so joining this multinodal world, what is the benefit? It's not military, it must be economic.
Yes, geoeconomic. For instance, last night I had a fantastic dinner with 3 very important players. I'm going to use this for a column, probably for the beginning of the week. One guy is the head of a Russian international development organization. The other one is a finance tech wizard, and the other one is part of the BRICS Business Council. So we were there for hours, and they were explaining to me the internal problems within BRICS to come up with a unifying project of path towards multipolarity that they will present in Kazan in 1 month from now, and that can be easily sold to the other BRICS and to the global majority as a whole. And then one of them gave me a fantastic idea. He remembered the famous Kissinger quip, if I want to call Europe, who do I call? And that's exactly the problem with BRICS. If you want to talk to BRICS, who do you call? It should be Russia, China, because they are the top BRICS in every level, and because they have a Russia strategic partnership. But what are you going to do? You're going to call Putin and Xi and ask, tell us about BRICS? No, it doesn't work like this. So and Lavrov, for instance, he said something earlier this year, which is very important. We don't want this to become a rigid organization with a secretariat, all that, but they need it. They need to be more formal, because for the moment it's something similar to a club. It's not enough. Because if they want to change the world really, which is the agenda of BRICS, from unipolarity to multipolarity, they need to be more integrated and more formal in the way they.
Are you talking about a common currency? Are you talking about the absence of tariffs and free trade? What are you talking about?
One of the things that they should present in the summit is a very serious alternative payment system that then can be implemented from now on. The problem is there are different recipes for that. The Russian Ministry of Finance, for instance, they are betting on the BRICS bridge. I have been trying for 10 days, Judge, to get a simple definition of what is the BRICS bridge.
Okay, I think well, it would probably be something that would put SWIFT out of business, or at least reduce it to the G7.
Yes, but this is in the long run. In the short run, they have to convince companies, especially, not necessarily government, but big companies, and then Russian, Chinese, Iranian, Egyptian, Emirati, Saudis, to start using this payment system. This is already an enormous challenge. And then governments are going to see, oh, this is working for big companies, let's do it. But this is a long process.
Okay.
It's something that I always discuss with the Professor Michael Hudson.
Last subject, pan-Eurasian security. The word security must involve military or law enforcement, or am I misreading this?
No, you're not misreading it. And this is exactly what Putin said in June. that we can use the Shanghai Cooperation Organization as the main framework to start our own pan-Eurasia mutual security arrangements. It's more or less, it's directly connected with what Putin proposed to the Americans at the end of 2021. I'm sure everyone remembers, indivisibility of security. Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and the post-Soviet space. And now Putin will say, obviously, nobody from Europe is going to join. It's open to Europeans as well. If they want to join, no problem. We start here across Eurasia with all the big players. And this is something that will also be discussed among BRICS, because it involves the BRICS in the Eurasia area. And
will Turkey be able to stay in NATO if it joins BRICS? And will Hungary consider joining BRICS?
Well, Orban would love to be part of BRICS. And this week I heard that Vučić in Serbia should also consider it. And there are a lot of people pressuring Vučić to apply for BRICS as well before the summit. Erdogan, we're going to know in the next few weeks. I'm going to Istanbul in 2 weeks, and then I'll learn on the spot what is Erdogan's real game from my Istanbul contacts. You know, if this is real. Apparently, it is.
Pepe,
it's not hedging anymore.
You're one of a kind. A, to stay up till midnight. B, to be able to speak with such knowledge and authority and such a breadth.
Against the backdrop of the successful offensive of the Russian army in the Kursk region in Donbass, the Russian General Staff continues to launch massive missile strikes against military facilities and the energy infrastructure of Ukraine. As time has shown, these massive missile strikes have a very negative impact on the combat potential of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces. In addition, these missile strikes deprive the Ukrainian army and NATO forces of their logistics hubs, as a result of which Russia's enemies are deprived of the opportunity to receive weapons and food in time. Massive Russian missile attacks also regularly destroy the locations of not only Ukrainian nationalists but also so-called foreign mercenaries, most of whom are former and current military personnel of the armies of NATO countries. As you remember, in yesterday's video I told you in detail about the results of a massive Russian missile attack on the territory of Ukraine, which took place on the night of September 20th. Let me remind you that as a result of this missile attack, dozens of military installations and energy infrastructure facilities in the southern, central, and western parts of Ukraine were completely destroyed. In addition, that day, Russian kamikaze drones also hit the building of an economic facility in the city of Lviv, as a result of which dozens of officers of the armed forces of Ukraine and 12 military instructors from Poland were killed. And today, 10 hours after that massive Russian missile attack on the territory of Ukraine, it became known that the Russian General Staff continued to launch targeted missile strikes at military facilities on the territory of this Eastern European country. So, on the night of September 21st, the Russian armed forces launched another massive missile attack on the places of the deployment of enemy manpower, weapons depots, energy facilities, and logistics hubs, even in the waters of the Black Sea, through which enemy vessels of NATO countries supply thousands of Western missiles and dozens of HIMARS multiple launch rocket systems to Ukraine. My friends, in this video I will tell you in detail the result of the latest massive Russian missile attack, which caused irreparable damage to the Ukrainian army and the North Atlantic Alliance. So, it is reliably known that on the night of September 21st, Kharkiv, Poltava, Odessa, Cherkasy, Kirovograd, Dnipropetrovsk, Donetsk, and Nikolaev regions were subjected to massive missile attacks. On the night of September 21st, independent monitoring services recorded more than 40 explosions in these regions of Ukraine. According to numerous witnesses, some military installations are still engulfed in flames due to the ongoing detonation of ammunition and missiles. So, in the Kharkiv region, in the southwestern part of the city of Kharkiv, Russian ballistic missiles hit and destroyed the building of a local furniture factory. As it turned out, military engineers from France and Germany used this furniture factory to maintain and repair Western heavy military equipment. In the Poltava region, in the city of Mirgorod, Russian missiles and kamikaze drones once again hit a military airfield along with military aviation assets. In the Kirovograd region, in the western part of the city of Kropivnitsky, Russian missiles struck and destroyed the building of a technical center, where Ukrainian military engineers had set up the production of bullets for small arms. In the Dnipropetrovsk region, at least 2 Iskander-M ballistic missiles hit the university building of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is reported that at the time of the missile attack, newly mobilized Ukrainian soldiers and officers of the National Guard of Ukraine were on the territory of this university. According to preliminary data, as a result of this missile attack, about 80 Ukrainian soldiers and officers were killed. In the Donetsk region, Russian missiles struck and destroyed the hotel and restaurant complex Alexia, which was located in the western part of the city of Dobropilya, north of the town of Pokrovsk. As it turned out, at the time of the missile strike, Colonel of the Armed Forces of Ukraine Alexander Nikityuk, who was the main assistant to the former Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, General Zaluzny, was in this hotel. The Russian military department confirmed that as a result of this missile attack, Colonel of the Armed Forces of Ukraine Alexander Nikityuk, and 7 other high-ranking officers of the Ukrainian army, who held responsible and high positions in the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, were killed. In the Nikolaev region, the Russian military launched a combined missile attack on the Voznesensk military airfield. As a result of this missile attack, the Ukrainian Air Force lost 3 Mi-8 helicopters. In the Odessa region, Russian kamikaze drones and ballistic missiles hit several military installations in cities such as Chernomorsk and Odessa. It is reported that these were warehouses where Western weapons systems were stored, which continue to arrive in Ukraine in non-stop mode. Against this backdrop, for the first time in 2 years of war, the Russian armed forces destroyed a foreign bulk carrier, which was heading to the port of the city of Chernomorsk. According to numerous sources in the Russian military department, the NATO leadership used this ship for its own purposes, to send Western weapons systems to Ukraine. It is reliably known that thousands of Western missiles were on board the destroyed ship, as well as several dozen of HIMARS multiple launch rocket systems. Commenting on what happened in the Black Sea, an authoritative military expert and political scientist Sergei Markov declared that this is the real escalation of the conflict. According to him, Russia's destruction of a ship in the Black Sea indicates that the escalation of the confrontation between Moscow and NATO is only growing. Sergei Markov expressed confidence that this is just the beginning, and that Russia will continue to destroy all ships that NATO uses for its own purposes in the Black Sea. According to him, at the moment, NATO uses at least 4 more bulk carriers in the Black Sea, as radar stations and weapons depots. Sergei Markov noted that NATO stores valuable Western weapons in the holds of these bulk carriers, including Atom's ballistic missiles and multiple launch rocket systems. The expert expressed confidence that if NATO does not remove these ships from the Black Sea, they will also be destroyed along with the valuable military cargo on board.
Kamala Harris's leadership skills. They don't think she can do it. Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about a group of Black voters in Georgia who are not impressed with Kamala Harris. They don't think she'll make a great leader. Now, I've been saying this for quite a while. They feel the exact same way that I feel. When you see Kamala, you think goofy, smiling and giggling and cackling, and she has a very limited vocabulary. She's just not very good. This is why when she ran the first time in 2020, she dropped out in the year 2019 before the 2020 primaries. She was polling pretty much dead last out of everybody. I'm talking about Amy Klobuchar. Now, Amy Klobuchar was shaking, like, I don't know, some kind of involuntary tick. She didn't really look well, shaking all the time. Pete Buttigieg, an LGBT dude married to a man. She was losing and getting stomped into wine by these people who are not good at all. So what makes her better just 4 years later? Okay, she has experience as a vice president. Doing what? They'll say she has that experience as a vice president, but then when we ask, what has she done? Oh, they don't do anything. So what's the experience? I don't really know. But before I go any further, let's get to the actual clip. This is from dailymail.com. I will link to the full article and this video in the description. If you're on IG, visit a link in the bio, go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
Hand up if you think the economy is better under Trump. And hands up if you think the economy is better under Biden and Harris. Why?
Now, my man in the green, I want to know why you think that. Really, nobody else raised their hand. I want to know why you think that. And it's kind of it's not like one of these numbers. It's like a little church hand, little church hand. Excuse me, I got to go to the bathroom. That's that right there. Not a lot of confidence behind that hand raise.
Okay, 7-1. That's pretty clear.
The truth. I'm not saying he's like, of course, yeah, like they're saying has best. He still has a business mindset. I think that linked in somewhat. And I think, yes, the trickle down of whatever previous stuff. And I think he just handles certain things a little better.
Who does?
Trump.
Those?
He provided more jobs, more opportunities, similar. Even though he didn't have any experience in politics, but he came in and did a much better job. If you look at the statistics now, we're far more worse now than we were before.
Firstly, I just want to ask a general question about Harris, then we're going to show some clips for the debate. What's your biggest hesitation about voting for Kamala Harris?
Just, is she going to be able to do the things that she says she's going to be able to do? That's, you know what I mean? Just, is she going to be able to do it? That's my big hesitation. Is she going to be able to get it past Congress? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know.
And that's a good point, because she'll make promises, but is she going to be able to do it? Like, she's talking about Roe v. Wade. So you're going to just overturn a Supreme Court decision? Like, how are you going to get that to go the other direction? I don't think you will. It's an empty promise. Even worse than the whole student loan thing, which was a lie from the beginning, because we knew that they couldn't get that through Congress.
Mikhail, how about you?
Everything that glitters ain't gold.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, it looks great on paper, but I'm not sure it could translate to policies and if she'll even be able to get it passed.
Hayward?
My thing is her strength. That's my focus for her. You know, and she gonna be able to take a punch and give one or two back. You know, I that's my biggest thing. And it has nothing to do with her gender, ladies. Okay. But you have, we talking about the highest office in the land.
Yeah.
And
If it was
you
Michelle Obama, I would feel totally different.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Hillary Clinton,
that's what I'm saying. You can't be weak and hold that over.
Yeah, like if you put her next to Michelle Obama, it's like,
or Hillary Clinton,
or Hillary Clinton, it's like it's no comparison on.
Now, what they're saying is correct. I've been saying the same thing. Listen, Michelle Obama, much better candidate than Kamala Harris could ever be, because Michelle Obama can think on her feet. She has a strong disposition. Now, don't get it twisted at all. I don't want anybody to clip me up and say, oh, ABO loves Michelle Obama. Don't get it twisted. I can respect someone for their political ability without liking their politics. Same thing, Barack Obama. He was an amazing politician. Bad policy, in my humble opinion. Same thing with Michelle Obama. But Kamala has bad policy and she's a bad politician. You got to have some kind of saving grace. It can't be bad all the way around. I mean, she looks kind of halfway okay for a lady her age, I guess, but that doesn't even really matter. We're talking about who's going to be the president, okay? Because we got the orange man in there, and the orange man made things happen. I don't care if he's orange, pink, green, blue. It doesn't matter. He did a great job in there. Great politician, in my humble opinion. What kind of? But policy A1, A+++ with the policy from Trump.
The strength that I think Michelle Obama or Hillary Clinton would have against her, they would eat her up.
How did Harris come across then? How did she do up against him? Hayward says that, you know, big personality. How did she do? How did she come across?
She kept saying that she's a warrior, she's gonna fight, but I don't know if you're as strong as. I mean, I get it what you feel, but I don't think you are as like a warrior, like fighter, like she says she is.
Right.
That's just my opinion. Not that I don't think she doesn't care. And like I said, she used a lot of appealing to emotion, like anecdotal, like anecdotal evidence instead of like, you know, she used some facts, but just like to like appeal to people like, hey, you know, I'm just like, you know, to try to get people on her side.
Now, what she's talking about right there, remember the whole thing where they're saying, hey, Kamala, how are you going to get the prices down? The food, energy, everything that Americans consume every day. How are you going to get that down? What are you going to do that's different than what you've done under the current administration? Well, I'm a small town girl, all this, that, and the third. It's like, well, thank you for the anecdote. Thank you for your personal life story, but that's not what I asked you for. I asked you for policy, and you're giving me anecdotes. That's not what I need right now. So that's what she was referring to, in my humble opinion.
I don't think the bar was set pretty high when it comes to that. When it comes to her speaking, I believe the last debate with Biden set it really low. So I believe she did a lot better than Biden. But that's pretty much what I got. And then
they're both old. Biden is old. Trump is old. We need to get some young folks in there that knows, you know, have an idea of what's going on now.
I agree. We do need younger people. And I think that might be J.D. Vance. I think that's why Trump selected him. It's like, okay, you're going to be the next guy. Because he's like, what, 38, 39? Perfect. So when Trump is finished with this term, let's pass it to J.D. Vance. That makes more sense. Because these octogenarians and whatnot in office, they got to go, man. Like, I don't want to see no more Dianne Feinsteins scrunched up in the wheelchair, getting drugged into Capitol Hill. I don't want to see that anymore. Someone in that condition should be at home, relaxing and enjoying the rest of their life, rather than being forced to be up there in Capitol Hill. Can't even vote for herself. She had aides talking about, hey, go ahead and vote right now. It's okay, Ms. Feinstein. Go ahead and vote. Vote yes. Ridiculous.
So that's my.
Yeah, it was several times where he kept like referring to her as they. Like he almost didn't even address
her. Like he kept
He
saying about it.
basically
He didn't
said-
say her name at all.
Yeah, or like that's your boss. Basically, that's your boss. Like you're just doing what
And
Biden
it-
wants to do.
Yeah, and it does make you wonder, right? Because it's kind of like he's saying stuff like y'all just ousted him, and I'm like, that's not what happened. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, what if that is what happened?
It is what happened. It's exactly what happened. Because look, let's talk about that for a minute since we're right here. So the primaries this year, who was on the ballot? Joe Biden. Somebody's going to say, well, Kamala was on the ballot too because she's the vice president, but you don't vote for the vice president. You vote for the president. And you want to know how I know that's the fact? Because people voted for Trump to be the nominee on the Republican side, and he didn't even reveal his VP pick until the convention when he was being named the nominee. So you don't vote for the vice president. They voted for Joe Biden on the Democratic side, but they got Kamala instead after all of the primaries were over. So they just pretty much put her in there and forced him out because they realized he couldn't run anymore. That's what happened.
And like now she's the figurehead, so it's difficult to jump on board 100% because you do kind of like you've seen it. We've lived through now, multiple elections and we've seen how they turned out. So as a person, I do think she's a better person than he is overall character wise. And that's why, more people I think are leaning towards her. I don't know if that 100% means she'll do a better job in the office.
Well, what makes you think she's a better person? You've not even really seen her. She's done a handful of interviews. The first interview she did, she had to bring a chaperone, Tim Walz. I mean, do you really know this woman for real? Do you know her record as a prosecutor in California? What did she do as a senator in California? Okay. Do you actually know her? I don't think you do. I just think the media have been successful at branding Trump as a bad guy and Kamala as just regular person.
Final question on Harris in this debate then. From what you've seen so far, put your hand up if you think she's strong enough. Keep your hand down if you've got doubts whether she's strong enough. So put your hand up if you think Harris is strong enough.
Yes.
I think she's strong enough.
Yeah, just like enough. Yeah.
Is that strength that everybody see in the beginning? Is it gonna last throughout her 4 years?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She looked good against Mr. Trump. I don't know, I didn't see it. But when you had to face these other leaders from these other countries, are you gonna have what it takes to stand there and throw punches like they throw a punch?
Yeah.
I'm hearing more doubts even from those.
Yeah, I think she's strong enough, just enough.
Now.
All right, so there we have it. Again, this is from dailymail.com. This is a group of Black voters in Georgia talking about Kamala versus Trump. And a lot of what they said right there as I close, I agree with. The whole thing about not being strong enough, talking to world leaders. I say that all the time. What is she going to do when Xi Jinping comes into town? Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine, Vladimir Putin, Russia. What is she going to do? Mohammed bin Salman, a young guy, 38, 39 years old in Saudi Arabia. What is she going to do when talking to these men? The cackling and the goofy faces that she's making, and also the vice president, Tim Walz. It's like, come on, man. Why would you send your HR person to go talk to these people? You guys send the actual leader. Okay, look, everything's not for everybody. Some are meant to be leaders. Some are meant to help the leader, and it's okay. Everyone has their role, and the role is important, but someone shouldn't be placed in the role that's not best suited for them, in my humble opinion. And I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? What's your take on what these voters in Georgia said? Do you agree, disagree? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments below. How do you think they
about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people? What are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
I grew up a middle-class kid.
Are they better off now than they were 4 years ago?
I grew up a middle-class kid.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle class kid.
Yeah, that was a non-answer. Trump's team pointing out that Kamala Harris still hasn't answered that very simple question.
The first thing I will do to make middle-class life dramatically more affordable is to end Kamala's war on American energy, terminate her Green New scam, and drill, baby, drill. They stole your auto industry, and we're going to bring it back, and it's going to be at a level that it was in its height. Under my leadership, the United States will commit to the ambitious goal of slashing energy and electricity prices by half, at least half. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. Very simple.
Scamala. She ain't got no plan. Hell, you know what I mean? She ain't even got no Project 2025. None of that. Oh my gosh. Kamala Harris, another term. And every time she gets asked a question, she's already been coursed and trained on how to reply to that. How do you reply with everything when I was raised middle class? What? She ain't got no plan, bro. Not even a little bit. Her plan was Biden's plan, and it also became Trump's plan as well. You know, low key. She should have put on the Trump hat instead of Biden. But Kamala is the worst. And this is a great ad and a great message. And I want people to know she doesn't want to help the people. You know what I'm saying? It isn't that the party couldn't come up with the plan. She just doesn't want to help the people. And she don't plan to do anything, man. She's incompetent for sure, in my opinion. Now, you know what I mean? That's me. Now, yesterday, you know, she went and sat down with, a couple of days ago, she went and sat down with Oprah. And I don't think we're going to stay on this topic too long, but my guy, Terrence K. Williams, this guy right here, man, I'm always thoroughly entertained by him. Make sure y'all go follow him and also invest into his business, Cousin T's. All right, let's do what we do and check this clip out.
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let's come together with the character that we are so proud of about who we are, which is we are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people. Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for us. Understood.
Can we get some ranch with this word salad? Can we get some Thousand Island or blue cheese with this word salad? Because that's what that was. People, do you honestly, can you listen, after listening to this, do you actually believe that this woman is capable of being in charge? That she would actually do a good job? She can't even answer a question without responding. I was raised as a middle class. I was raised in the middle class family, and we can be unburdened by what has been. We are here because we are people, and as people, we have to believe that we can be unburdened by what has been. Girl, what are you talking about? She is talking a lot, but saying nothing at the same time. A bunch of nothing.
Nothing.
Do y'all really, after listening to this, do you really believe that she is capable of sitting across the table from that she is able to sit at the table with a bunch of leaders from around the world?
Nope, I don't believe it.
Do you think leaders around the world are going to respect this woman? After listening to this, do you actually believe that she is the best person for the job? I don't even think Oprah believed it, really. There's no way Oprah really believed this woman is smart enough to run anything. She don't have my support. I'm sorry. I don't care what color she is. She don't have my support. Can't do it. Won't do it.
Everything surrounding Kamala Harris is something I can't do, at all. Now, I will admit, though, you know what I'm saying, back in her prime, though, you know what I mean? She was cool to look at. That was about it. Oh, man, we have, some interesting takes from this debate, that being a solid take in my opinion. I totally 100% agree with that. But we have somebody right here who pointed out the moderators' questions, the things that they could not ask Kamala Harris about. Now, we know that they brought up J6 and everything else surrounding Donald Trump, but they refused to bring up the fact that he was almost, unalived. Twice, 3 times, 4 times at this point, if you really know what you know, if you own X and all that outside of mainstream media. But anyhow, some of the questions, hold on, let me get it on the screen. So now it says here, for the debate she did with Trump, these were the topics the moderators could not ask Harris about. Interested. No questions about her tenure as Attorney General in San Francisco. No questions about her brother-in-law, Tony West. And no questions about Joe Biden's health to a great degree. Much about Kamala's past is a mystery. We must dig it up. So yeah, we see it right here, man. No questions regarding the perceived health of President Joe Biden. All right. No inquiries related to her tenure as Attorney General in San Francisco, of course, because they know if they pull that up, that's going to dig up a whole lot of dirt. You're going to have to start digging into the people that she had and, working in jail past their term just so she can use them for cheap labor. Yeah, man, we don't want to talk about none of that. We want to talk about how she was involved in a situation where a young lady ended up losing her life. And yeah, man, it's a lot. No questions concerning her brother-in-law, Tony West, who faces allegations of embezzling billions of dollars in taxpayer funds and who may be involved in her administration if elected. Y'all see this. This is crazy. I'm just saying, that interview was hella disappointing. Even Oprah was sitting there the whole time like, huh? Okay. I knew Oprah didn't believe what she was saying once Oprah didn't nod her head. Usually people at least go, mm-hmm. I ain't hear a mm-hmm. I ain't see a nod. I ain't see none of that. Not even a little bit. Bruh, not even a little bit. But what's crazy is she brought up how she's not trying to take away guns, and then she go on to talk about how she's going to take away guns, literally saying, well, in the past, so she said she'd walk up in the house and make sure, your guns ain't, are being used properly, whatever the case. But remember, if somebody breaks into her house, they getting shot. But 10 million illegal aliens break into America and they getting free housing, transportation, and free food. Come on now, man. Y'all seeing this? Now, I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I'll vote for an animal before I vote for Kamala. Matter of fact, this woman said she would vote for a lizard outside her house before she voted for Kamala Harris. Don't let her bamboozle you too.
Let that Indian woman playing black bamboozle y'all if y'all want to. I'm telling you, I might tell you a joke, but I will never tell you a lie. Y'all let that Indian woman playing black bamboozle y'all if y'all want to. Baby, I was already not voting for Kamala. When I tell you I will vote for the lizard outside my house before I vote for that lady, I am not an idiot. I don't care nothing about her coming around black people talking black. Talk to me how you talk to your Indian mama and daddy. Don't come talking to me saying faux if you do not talk like that around your Indian mama and daddy. I don't care nothing about that. But let me show y'all what I just heard, baby. The dictatorship y'all think y'all running from, baby, y'all are running straight into. They've already been dictating over your life. That's the crazy part. For the last 4 years, they've been dictating over your life. Y'all just too silly to see.
Among everybody in the community, and just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way you conduct your affairs.
Come again, say who? Come again, say what? This lady said they don't care nothing about you owning your firearm legally in your locked home. That will not stop them from coming into your home to make sure you're handling your firearm how they want you to. Y'all let this Indian woman playing black bamboozle y'all if y'all want to. Y'all are going to learn about trying to make history over and over again, and it never benefiting you. Y'all gonna learn about giving your power away to folks that will literally never give any of their power to you. You know it's bad when Black people have to be so delusional to think that the vice president, the second most powerful person in the United States, is powerless. What are you talking about? And then the first most important person in the United States is dang near incompetent, and he's always on vacation. So her job as the VP for somebody that is incompetent and always on vacation is to run the country, which is what she been doing. She is playing y'all like a fiddle, and you let this Indian woman that is pretending to be Black been Indian all her life, and y'all want me to play delusional to the fact that she was sworn in as the first Indian president. Y'all want me to pin a race on her that she ain't never claimed to be until now because she needs your Black power. Baby, y'all will be, I promise you, y'all want to learn. Y'all ain't learn after that Black man who was barely Black played in y'all face and did for his people, which is the LGBTQ. And now she's playing in your face doing for her people, which is illegal immigrants. When it came to Black people, she said, that's when the sass come out. The sass come out when she talking about, I ain't gonna just do anything for Black people. She told y'all that. But go watch how Kamala feel about immigrants. You know who's running this country. Go watch her. She has like 1 million interviews with how she feels about immigrants. That's when the empathy and the sympathy, and she can form a sentence, and she has a heart. That is where it comes out. So the fact that everybody is around her surprised that the illegal immigrants is living better than Americans, I'm not, because I pay attention to how people are. She comes in Black people's face and plays in Black people's face and get y'all twerk contests and makes it convenient for you to off your baby. But she ain't doing that for the illegal immigrants, baby. She want them to come over here and multiply. It's seriously, if anybody is in a position to have babies, it's immigrants. They have housing, they have food, they have cash, they're giving businesses. They're in the best position to come over here and supply and multiply. Wasn't no abortion buses at the border. I'm telling y'all let this lady play in your face if you want to. That's on you. That's on you. Y'all gonna learn your lesson about pinning racists on people that they don't want to be, don't ever claim to be, will never be until it comes time to take your power to get them to the top. They got to come take your power to get them to the top. And then when they get to the top, middle finger to you. And now you're being delusional and y'all making up all type of excuses for these people that never cared about you. Will never care about you. For the last 60 years, we've been voting for them and got nothing to show for it but pennies and pit bulls.
I be trying to tell my people every chance I get. Every chance I get, man, I always love, because, you know, for whatever reason, the people who don't care too much about the in-depthness of what's happening, they stick on a soundbite. So I try to just meet them where they at. I'm like, okay, well, cool. If all you need is some sound bites, let me just play you her own words. What better way to convince somebody about their candidate than to have them, listen to their candidate that they, are choosing to vote for, say the things that they disagree with. Nobody cares about how she regards herself. She's running on imagination and joy. No one cares if she regards herself as a role model. As Byron Donalds pointed out, she destroyed the border, the cost of living, foreign policy. And she thinks she's a Hollywood starlet that can just run on vibes. We really need serious leadership, and the leader is Donald Trump, not this guy.
Being a part of the role model club means knowing that there are people who you inspire even when you don't realize it. It's kind of like a permanent membership to be a part of the role model club.
There you go. Congressman Role Model Club.
I don't care. And frankly, Maria, I don't think anybody else cares either. Are you going to fix the border? Are you going to help people thrive in our economy? Are you going to clean up the foreign policy mess of her boss, Joe Biden, which she was sitting shotgun for the entire time? Are you going to be able to negotiate with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping? Or are you going to give us word salad and phraseology and try to be a Hollywood starlet as opposed to a serious leader that our country needs.
Yeah,
The choice
all
is
right.
clear. The choice is Donald J. Trump.
For me, I'm not gonna take Kamala's advice and just be woke or woker, as she pointed out. At the interview she did with Oprah, it just proves that, man, she's running on imagination and try to convince us by shapeshifting her ethnic background every time she gets into in front of a different ethnic background.
First-time voter Bradley Galvin tells us he thinks Trump will improve the economy.
I feel like he was one of the first politicians that kind of just says what he wants and doesn't try to pretend someone he's not.
It is no secret that Kamala Harris is underperforming when it comes to men. But the question is why? Why do men not trust Kamala Harris? Well, in this video, we're going to dive deep on that. We're going to watch a couple of clips. Now, let's start with CNN bringing this point up and exposing Kamala Harris's weakness.
There are only 46 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men. That's not a group that seems to be a problem for former President Donald Trump. He plays golf with Bryson DeChambeau. He shows up on Theo Von's podcast. He meets up with boxer Jake Paul. If you don't know any of those people, talk to your 25-year-old gamer son. He knows them. I want to bring in CNN's Audie Cornish, host of the Assignment podcast, and Peter Hamby, host of Snapchat's Good Luck America. And Peter, you argue that Trump has more of an appeal among young men, whereas the Democrats haven't had a cool guy candidate in a while. You say some of it's because of Trump's more macho brand, but other parts of it is because of the economy?
I think so. Jake, thanks for having me, by the way. First of all, it's true in the polls, and some of this has been noise over this last year, and we haven't been able to really clarify whether this is happening. I think it's absolutely the case, and probably unrecoverable for Democrats, that men under 30 are drifting toward Donald Trump. In the ABC Washington Post poll from last weekend, sorry, just ABC, forgive me, Kamala Harris is winning young women by like 38 points. She was only winning young men by 3 points. And that shows up in other polls. If you go back to Biden 2020, Hillary Clinton, Obama's 2 elections, they were winning young men by 20 points, double digits. So that lead has gone away. I do think there is a cultural appeal. It's pretty apparent if you talk to young men, white, Hispanic, and Black, that Trump just connects on some level. It could be changing notions of masculinity. It could be the fact that they're growing up in a media environment where they listen to Theo Von and Joe Rogan, and it's a non-traditional environment. But the number one issue for men in any poll, like most people, is the economy. Kamala Harris's campaign is talking about the economy, yes, but a lot of it is geared toward abortion and abortion rights, which is the number one issue for young women. And look, the labor force is changing. It's more female. College campuses are changing. Male enrollment is falling while female enrollment is going up. And so it's a mix of factors. But I absolutely, Jake, think that the spread could be crucial. Democrats need to win 60% of the youth vote to win the election. That's what happened. Biden didn't happen with Hillary Clinton. She only hit like 58, 55, I think. So right now, Kamala Harris, among voters under 30, she's polling in around 55%. Maybe she can make up for it elsewhere. But it is a very interesting margin.
So you heard that, right? She's underperforming by at least 20 points versus Joe Biden. This is why we've been saying over and over and over again that she is the worst polling Democrat to ever run against Donald Trump. That's just fact. So does that mean that she'll win the election? I don't think she will. I think it's either one or two situations. Either one, she's going to blow Trump out of the water because the polls are just so wrong, or two, she's going to get blown out of the water. And the reason why she will is because, again, men are not buying her messaging. See, this is business 101, right? Marketing is so essential. If you don't know how to market, you're not going to sell anything. And unfortunately, her marketing does not align with young men. And the bottom line is this. Younger men are attracted to Donald Trump because it's in their instinct to do that, meaning every man wants to be someone who makes a lot of money, who is respected in their community, who is a leader of people, who provides for their family, and is someone who's contributing to society. That's in every instinct of men. Not all men rise to that occasion, of course, but any young man today, that's absolutely what they're focused on. And so it makes sense why they would be going towards Trump instead of Kamala Harris, especially when Kamala Harris chooses Tim Walz as a running mate, which is the most feminine man you can have running as a vice president. Tim Walz does not strike me as someone that I look at and say, yeah, I want to be like him. No. More men look at Trump and say, I'd rather be Trump than Tim Walz. You know, that's just what it is.
And Audie, the Harris campaign strategy is to go after the gettable men, those who are persuadable. Who are they?
Well, what we know is that women over time are more likely to identify as liberal. And the difference between them and men is that it's people with and without college degrees. Whereas for men, that's not so much the case. So I think that's why you see both campaigns specifically looking at men without college degrees. Just to underscore something that Peter just said, it's also about animating your base and who are the people who are actually going to leave their house and pull the lever for you. There is a world of young men who are more apathetic. So it's not necessarily that they are so in love with Trump, it's that they are disaffected, and that's what makes them quote unquote up for grabs, which is why you see these like very desperate things going on. We're visiting a Bitcoin bar. We're going to be, Tim Walz like doing a video while he's changing his car filter. It's quite literal, but it's the idea that somehow you have to reach through these people's algorithms.
And Peter, so how does the Harris campaign go after young male voters, and not just white men, but Black and Latino men with whom Trump is making gains? We ran a little excerpt of a White Dudes for Harris digital ad the other day that I have to say, I don't think that's going to be enough.
I agree with you on that, Jake. A great ad will show and not tell why you should vote for a candidate. That White Dudes for Harris ad, which the viewers may or may not have seen, it just says that Harris and Walz are better than Trump for men. It doesn't tell you why. It doesn't show you images as to why. Audie makes a great point. A lot of this is a branding problem. John Della Volpe, who runs the Harvard Youth Poll, I believe he's been on your show. We all know him, like the gold standard of youth polling. He has found that among young men, among Gen Z men, their values around the role of government, around healthcare, around climate change are actually still more aligned with Democrats. It's just a branding and messaging problem. So my question is, and I wrote this for Puck this week, is who are the Democrats who can go into a Theo Vaughn space, go on Joe Rogan? These are not Republicans. They might like Trump notionally, but just go in there and validate Kamala Harris's economic message, validate her in some ways. It used to be that Barack Obama could do that by going on SportsCenter. The media environment is so fractured now that it's more difficult to reach those audiences. And then who does it? Maybe Tim Walz. He's obviously done the football coach shtick, but it's hard to think of someone other than Bernie Sanders and Barack Obama. Look, I don't want to oversimplify, just a dude type who can go talk to these other dudes.
Yeah, that's my point of the matter of this video, is that the brand, the image, it does not align with blue collar workers. And I'm talking about men. It doesn't align with men who want to go out there and make a name for themselves in a more traditional sense. But what I find to be very interesting is her campaign knows what they're doing. They're double downing on women, of course, and they're banking on the fact that more women will show up and vote than men. But the question is, will that be enough? A lot of people don't think it will, actually, because the polling is so close. And because it's so close, if what happened in 2020 happens again, Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. And the top pollster for CNN pointed this out. Watch.
My goodness gracious, could the race be any tighter in these battleground states? Look, in the Great Lakes, you got Harris by 2 in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, well within the margin of error. How about in the Sun Belt, though? It's even tighter. You got a 1-point race in Nevada favoring Kamala Harris. You got a less than 1-point race in North Carolina, Trump ahead, but we're talking about like 0.2 percentage points. Arizona, a 1-point advantage. Georgia, a 1-point advantage for Donald Trump. The race, very, very close. Now, let's just say the polls were exactly right. What does that mean for the electoral map? Well, it would mean a really tight race. Look at this. Kamala Harris getting 276 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 262, mostly on the basis of winning these Great Lake battleground states, despite the fact that Trump carries 3 of the 4 Sunbelt battleground states. But the bottom line is, Kate Baldwin and dear audience, this race is tight, tight, tight.
Now, in the realm of playing the hypotheticals.
Yes.
So let's do that.
Yes, I love those.
Comparing how, if the polling is off, if the polling is off like it was in 2020, what would that do to the electoral map?
So look at Donald Trump's electoral vote total right now, if the polls are exactly right, 262. But let's say the polls are off like they were back in 2020. Look where he goes. He goes to 312. Why is that? Because the polls underestimated Donald Trump in 2020. So the bottom line is, instead of losing those Great Lake battleground states, he wins all of them. He obviously holds on to North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, and he gains Nevada. So if the polls are as good as they were in 2020, despite the fact that at this particular hour, Donald Trump trails in enough states to give Kamala Harris the victory, if the polls are off like they were in 2020, Donald Trump would actually win the election.
Now, if I had to bet on the election, I'm going to bet my money that it's more likely to happen that he will overperform again in 2020, even if it's just 1% or 2 percentage points, versus Kamala Harris overperforming. I just don't believe Kamala Harris, who's only had about 60 days, obviously, to run as the Democratic nominee, is going to get that level of support that Donald Trump will get. Maybe if she was running a campaign for the last 3 years where people truly got to know her, they truly got to see who she really is and what she stands for, and that message was repeated over and over for the last 3 years, maybe then, but the bottom line is most people still don't know her. When the election day happens, people still won't know her. And that's a problem that you have when you run a candidate at the last minute. Now, if you recall, they were trying to push this white dudes for Harris ad, right, to appeal for men. Wait till you see how cringe this is.
Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem.
The United Nations, or UN, was established in the aftermath of World War II with the primary aim of fostering international peace, security, and cooperation. Its founding took place during a series of international meetings, starting with the 1941 Atlantic Charter, a joint declaration by the United States and Britain outlining post-war goals, followed by the formal signing of the UN Charter in San Francisco in 1945. Initially, 51 nations became founding members, but today the UN has grown to 193 member states. The UN was founded with 4 main goals: maintaining international peace and security, fostering friendly relations among nations, promoting international cooperation to solve global issues, and harmonizing the actions of nations to achieve these objectives. To achieve these goals, the UN is organized into key bodies, including the General Assembly, the Security Council, the International Court of Justice, and the Secretariat. Each of these plays a vital role in global governance, from peacekeeping to addressing social and economic challenges. Throughout its history, the UN has played pivotal roles in various global efforts, including peacekeeping missions, humanitarian aid, and the promotion of human rights. However, the UN has also faced significant criticism and challenges, such as accusations of inefficiency, bureaucracy, and an inability to act effectively in certain crises, such as the Rwandan genocide in 1994 and the failure to contain the cholera outbreak in Haiti after the 2010 earthquake. Additionally, the structure of the Security Council, which gives veto power to its 5 permanent members, has been a point of contention for nations seeking a more representative global governance model. In recent years, BRICS has been at the forefront of advocating for reforms to the United Nations. These nations have expressed dissatisfaction with the current structure of the UN, particularly the unbalanced power dynamics in the Security Council, where 5 permanent members hold veto power. Some members of BRICS have even suggested that the organization needs a significant overhaul, or that alternative global governance frameworks should be considered. This push for reform has gained significant momentum through the G20, which has now taken up the mantle of global governance reform. Under the leadership of Brazil, which holds the G20 presidency, the group has agreed to advocate for major changes to institutions like the UN, World Trade Organization, and international financial organizations. This marks a significant evolution in the global movement for reform, with the G20's endorsement adding weight to BRICS's long-standing calls for restructuring. By advancing these discussions within the G20, a group that represents both advanced and developing economies, the reform agenda is now moving from a regional demand led by BRICS to a more globally recognized and coordinated effort. This broader consensus signals that the push for a more inclusive and balanced global governance system is gaining traction, moving beyond the confines of BRICS and closer to mainstream global economic forums. The institutions targeted for reform include the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and multilateral financial organizations. These entities were established in the aftermath of World War II and have since been considered in need of modernization to reflect the current global political and economic landscape. The primary objective of the proposed reforms is to align global governance structures with the contemporary realities of an increasingly interconnected and diverse world. The institutions targeted were originally designed for a world that no longer exists, and there is a growing recognition that they must be reformed to better address today's multifaceted challenges, such as climate change, poverty, and geopolitical instability. A call for reform is set to be formally announced during a G20 foreign ministers meeting, organized by Brazil on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. The meeting will be significant, as it will be the first time all UN member states will have the opportunity to engage in the G20's discussions on global governance reform. Brazil, which is chairing the G20 this year, has prioritized these reforms, underscoring the leadership of President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in pushing this agenda forward. A central focus of the G20's reform efforts is the UN, particularly the Security Council, whose current structure is often criticized for being outdated. The G20 calls for the expansion of the Security Council to better reflect underrepresented and unrepresented regions and groups. Moreover, the UN Secretariat is encouraged to embrace reforms that promote greater transparency, equitable geographic distribution, merit-based appointments, and gender balance. Let's take a quick pause. Could you do us a favor? If you enjoy our content, please hit the like button. To help even more, leave your thoughts and feedback in the comments. Your engagement helps us grow. Thank you. Another area identified for reform is the international financial system, with a particular focus on increasing support for developing nations. The G20 proposes that these institutions should provide more financing to assist in the fight against poverty and the global challenge of climate change. Moreover, it emphasizes the need to enhance the representation and decision-making influence of developing countries in these financial bodies, ensuring a more inclusive and fair international financial order. The G20 also stresses the importance of reforming the WTO, calling it an indispensable institution for ensuring a fair and effective system for resolving trade disputes. Reforms are aimed at strengthening the WTO's capacity to enable global trade and investment, positioning it as a key engine of economic growth and prosperity for all nations. While the G20 has outlined these important areas for reform, a concrete timeline for their implementation has yet to be agreed upon. The joint statement, which will be published under Brazil's leadership, is a significant step forward in the process, even though the specifics of how and when these reforms will be enacted remain unresolved. The United Nations UN faces numerous significant challenges in 2024, underscoring its struggles with geopolitical tensions, resource limitations, and structural inefficiencies. Geopolitical divisions, particularly between Western countries and powers like Russia and China, have hampered the organization's ability to respond decisively to crises. The Security Council's sluggish reactions to conflicts, such as the war in Ukraine and the unrest in Sudan, highlight the limitations posed by deep fractures in international diplomacy. These tensions have severely affected the UN's traditional peacekeeping efforts and reduced the overall effectiveness of multilateral cooperation, which is essential for managing global conflicts and threats. The UN's role in resolving conflicts has been increasingly criticized for ineffectiveness. In some regions, such as Mali and Ukraine, the UN's peacekeeping tools have been found lacking, unable to curb ongoing violence or establish political stability. These weaknesses further extend to long-standing crises, where the UN has been slow or unable to intervene, highlighting its diminished political leverage in the international arena. Climate change is another pressing challenge for the UN, requiring urgent global mobilization. Despite some progress, such as the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund to support vulnerable nations, significant gaps remain in both funding and implementation. Developing countries in particular face considerable obstacles in securing the resources needed to cope with the severe impacts of climate change, exacerbating global inequalities. In addition to environmental concerns, the UN is falling behind on its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. With only a fraction of the targets likely to be met by 2030, the lack of sufficient resources and the slow pace of progress in tackling poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation are becoming critical points of concern. Global economic challenges have further hindered efforts to promote sustainable development, especially in the world's poorest regions. Humanitarian challenges are also mounting, with over 180 million people across 72 countries currently in need of assistance. The UN's ability to address these crises is constrained by limited resources, and its responses are often insufficient in areas hit by protracted conflicts, such as Yemen and South Sudan. These ongoing crises underscore the need for more effective humanitarian interventions, yet political divisions and logistical difficulties continue to impede rapid and coordinated action. Efforts to address these myriad challenges involve ongoing calls for reform, particularly in peacekeeping, political, and humanitarian frameworks. In parallel, the UN is advocating for enhanced international cooperation on climate action and sustainable development. However, the growing complexity of global politics continues to limit the organization's ability to respond swiftly and effectively to the world's most pressing issues.
SWIFT system. Are you curious about the surprises awaiting the West at the BRICS Summit 2024? While global attention might be focused on major political issues, BRICS has been quietly working behind the scenes. They've not only implemented a new payment system, but also attracted the interest of numerous countries. Astonishingly, 159 out of 195 nations have already pledged to adopt this new BRICS payment system. So, what does this mean for the SWIFT payment system, which has long been controlled by the West? Which countries are aligning with BRICS to challenge the Western-dominated system? In this video, we'll explore why this new move is making waves and causing worries in the West. Chapter 1: The new BRICS payment system. So, what's the latest news? Until recently, most countries around the world didn't think about using any payment system other than SWIFT. When BRICS started talking about creating a new payment system, it seemed unrealistic to many. It was hard to believe that a new group of countries could convince the whole world to try something new and untested. But now, things have changed dramatically. An amazing 159 countries are ready to start using BRICS' new payment system as soon as it launches. This new payment system from BRICS aims to help member countries trade with each other without needing the US dollar. This is a big step in their plan to reduce reliance on the dollar. It could be a game changer not just for BRICS nations, but also for many other countries looking to move away from the dollar. BRICS has been working hard to reduce its dependence on the dollar, especially after Western countries imposed sanctions on Russia. The new system is meant to encourage using local currencies and other methods for international trade. Even though there were doubts at first, the idea is gaining a lot of support. Elvira Nabiullina, the head of Russia's central bank, has said this new system will offer an alternative to SWIFT, which is the main global network for financial messages. She pointed out that similar systems are already working in other countries, making it clear that SWIFT can be replaced. The success of this new system will depend on how ready and interested the participating countries are, and many are already eager to join in. Victoria Panova, head of Russia's BRICS Presidency Council, highlighted that developing this payment mechanism has become a top priority for the alliance. For many, this comes as a surprise because, until now, BRICS has been denying that it's developing a new payment system. She explained that the system is intended to make trade and economic exchanges between BRICS countries more independent. This initiative is central to the agenda for the upcoming BRICS 2024 summit. Once the BRICS payment system is launched, it is expected to be operational immediately, potentially expanding trade opportunities within the alliance. With many nations eager to join BRICS, this new system could become a cornerstone of their economic strategies, offering a viable alternative to the US-dominated financial order. Chapter 2: Iran's Role and Future Expansion. So, how has Iran become a key player in this new financial system, and why is the West concerned? Nasser Kanani, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, has suggested linking the payment systems of all BRICS countries. His idea is to make financial transactions between these nations smoother and more efficient. Iran, with its experience dealing with strict sanctions, knows how to avoid SWIFT and keep trading, which makes its economy more robust against financial pressures. Kanani believes that now is a good time for this plan, especially since BRICS countries are moving to use their own currencies for trade instead of the US dollar. Iran's proposal aims to better connect the economic systems within BRICS. Linking the existing payment systems of these countries would make financial transactions across BRICS easier and more seamless. The plan also includes expanding this system to more countries in the future. Kanani recently highlighted how successful the integration of Russia's and Iran's payment systems has been, suggesting that this model could be extended to all BRICS nations. He pointed out that the conditions are right for this initiative to move forward, and mentioned that Iran has formally proposed to Russia that this payment system be expanded to include all BRICS countries. By connecting these payment systems, BRICS could create a more unified and efficient financial network, offering a strong alternative to Western systems and potentially changing the way international trade and finance work. Chapter 3: The BRICS Bridge. So, what's this payment system that even Western allies are paying attention to? Although we don't know the exact names of the 159 countries ready to adopt BRICS' new payment system, we do know that some of them include Western nations. This new system is being called the BRICS Bridge. It's designed to help countries trade with each other without using the US dollar, which is a big change in the world of finance. The BRICS Bridge aims to let countries settle their trades using their own currencies, instead of relying on the dollar. This could potentially replace the SWIFT system, which has long been the main way for international payments. The new system will work independently, so member countries can conduct transactions in their local currencies. This challenges the traditional power of the dollar and the Western SWIFT network. Right now, BRICS countries, including the new members, are working together to get the BRICS Bridge up and running. They're discussing how to make it work smoothly and meet the needs of all users. This payment system is a big step toward a world where no single currency or payment system holds too much power. Once it's fully operational, the BRICS Bridge could change the way global trade is done, offering countries a new way to do business without depending on the dollar. This shift could have a major impact on international finance, challenging the long-standing influence of the dollar and providing a new alternative to SWIFT. So, what will happen if 159 countries start using BRICS' new payment system? Simply put, it could spell the end for SWIFT and the US dollar. For a long time, The West has dominated the global economy through two main tools, the SWIFT payment system and the US dollar. Chapter 4. The Power of SWIFT and the US dollar. SWIFT is a crucial part of global finance. It's a secure messaging network used by banks and financial institutions worldwide to handle international transactions. SWIFT connects over 11,000 institutions across 195 countries. In 2020, it handled around 42 million messages every day, moving trillions of dollars between countries. At the same time, the US dollar is the world's main reserve currency. By 2022, it made up nearly 60% of global foreign exchange reserves and was involved in about 88% of all currency transactions. This dominance means that most international trade, especially in important commodities like oil, is priced and settled in dollars. This constant demand for dollars gives the United States significant power over the global financial system. The US can use this power to impose economic sanctions on other countries without needing anyone's approval. Ironically, countries using the dollar and SWIFT are helping the US maintain this control. But now, with the BRICS payment system, countries have a new option. Chapter 5. The Emergence of BRICS and its Potential Impact. When the West imposes sanctions, cutting off a targeted country's access to the SWIFT network is often one of the most effective measures. This move essentially freezes the country's assets and prevents it from engaging in international trade, which can cripple its economy. For instance, after Russia annexed Crimea in 2014 and later invaded Ukraine in 2022, the West imposed severe sanctions that included disconnecting some Russian banks from SWIFT. This significantly disrupted Russia's ability to conduct international financial transactions and trade. In response to these sanctions and to reduce their vulnerability to Western financial pressure, Russia, along with its BRICS partners, has been actively developing an alternative financial system. They have a strong chance of success because BRICS is a significant force in the global economy, representing about 41% of the world's population and nearly 37.3% of global GDP as of 2024. Their collective influence in global trade is substantial, and a move away from the dollar could have far-reaching implications for the international monetary system. BRICS countries have already begun trading among themselves in local currencies, reducing the global demand for the US dollar. An example of this shift is Russia's system for transmitting financial messages, SPFS, developed after the initial sanctions in 2014. Therefore, if the BRICS bridge gains widespread adoption, it could greatly diminish the West's ability to use economic sanctions as a foreign policy tool. Countries that trade using their local currencies outside of the dollar-dominated system would be less vulnerable to Western sanctions. This shift could lead to a more balanced global financial system, where power is more evenly distributed among various global players, reducing the United States' influence. Moreover, moving away from the US dollar could have significant economic repercussions for the United States. The global demand for dollars has allowed the US to maintain large trade deficits and sustain high levels of national debt. If this demand declines, it could lead to an oversupply of dollars, weakening the currency's value and potentially destabilizing the US economy. During this time, BRICS will be rising as the only suitable option, even for the strongest of United States' allies. Isn't it true that after the BRICS summit, the BRICS payment system will become a de facto choice of the world? What do you think about this shift? Will the BRICS payment system change the way we trade and handle finances globally? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this video informative,
Kofi, follow me.